apply it to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. Built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can infuse AI into your business. This isn't getting bogged down figuring out where to apply it. This is hybrid cloud technology that can meet you where you are, while you're keeping an eye on regulations. This isn't a Band-Aid on top of your tech stack. This is tech that scales innovation. Modernizing apps, putting AI to work. This isn't spending time converting and transferring data from different silos. This is delivering insights in real time across systems to deliver innovative business outcomes. So yeah, this isn't just talking about AI. This is Watson X on hybrid cloud helping modernize your business. Let's create. AI-generated art. AI-generated songs. AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. Built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can infuse AI into your business. This isn't getting bogged down figuring out where to apply it. This is hybrid cloud technology that can meet you where you are, while you're keeping an eye on regulations. This isn't a Band-Aid on top of your tech stack. This is tech that scales innovation. Modernizing apps, putting AI to work. This isn't spending time converting and transferring data from different silos. This is delivering insights in real time across systems to deliver innovative business outcomes. So yeah, this isn't just talking about AI. This is Westin X on hybrid cloud helping modernize your business. Let's create. AI-generated art. AI-generated songs. AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. Built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can infuse AI into your business. This isn't getting bogged down figuring out where to apply it. This is hybrid cloud technology that can meet you where you are, while you're keeping an eye on regulations. This isn't a Band-Aid on top of your tech stack. This is tech that scales innovation. Modernizing apps, putting AI to work. This isn't spending time converting and transferring data from different silos. This is delivering insights in real time across systems to deliver innovative business outcomes. So yeah, this isn't just talking about AI. This is Westin X on hybrid cloud helping modernize your business. Let's create. AI-generated art. AI-generated songs. AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. Built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can infuse AI into your business. This isn't getting bogged down figuring out where to apply it. This is hybrid cloud technology that can meet you where you are, while you're keeping an eye on regulations. This isn't a Band-Aid on top of your tech stack. This is tech that scales innovation. Modernizing apps, putting AI to work. This isn't spending time converting and transferring data from different silos. This is delivering insights in real time across systems to deliver innovative business outcomes. So yeah, this isn't just talking about AI. This is Westin X on hybrid cloud helping modernize your business. Let's create. AI-generated art. AI-generated songs. AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can infuse AI into your business. This isn't getting bogged down figuring out where to apply it. This is hybrid cloud technology that can meet you where you are, while you're keeping an eye on regulations. This isn't a Band-Aid on top of your tech stack. This is tech that scales innovation. Modernizing apps, putting AI to work. This isn't spending time converting and transferring data from different silos. This is delivering insights in real time across systems to deliver innovative business outcomes. So yeah, this isn't just talking about AI. This is Westin X on hybrid cloud helping modernize your business. Let's create. AI-generated art. AI-generated songs. AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. Built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can infuse AI into your business. This isn't getting bogged down figuring out where to apply it. This is hybrid cloud technology that can meet you where you are, while you're keeping an eye on regulations. This isn't a Band-Aid on top of your tech stack. This is tech that scales innovation. Modernizing apps, putting AI to work. This isn't spending time converting and transferring data from different silos. This is delivering insights in real time across systems to deliver innovative business outcomes. So yeah, this isn't just talking about AI. This is Westin X on hybrid cloud helping modernize your business. Let's create. AI-generated art. AI-generated songs. AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. Built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can infuse AI into your business. This isn't getting bogged down figuring out where to apply it. This is hybrid cloud technology that can meet you where you are, while you're keeping an eye on regulations. This isn't a Band-Aid on top of your tech stack. This is tech that scales innovation. Modernizing apps, putting AI to work. This isn't spending time converting and transferring data from different silos. This is delivering insights in real time across systems to deliver innovative business outcomes. So yeah, this isn't just talking about AI. This is Westin X on hybrid cloud helping modernize your business. Let's create. AI-generated art. AI-generated songs. AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. Built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can infuse AI into your business. This isn't getting bogged down figuring out where to apply it. This is hybrid cloud technology that can meet you where you are, while you're keeping an eye on regulations. This isn't a Band-Aid on top of your tech stack. This is tech that scales innovation. Modernizing apps, putting AI to work. This isn't spending time converting and transferring data from different silos. This is delivering insights in real time across systems to deliver innovative business outcomes. So yeah, this isn't just talking about AI. This is Westin X on hybrid cloud helping modernize your business. Let's create. AI-generated art. AI-generated songs. AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. Built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can infuse AI into your business. This isn't getting bogged down figuring out where to apply it. This is hybrid cloud technology that can meet you where you are, while you're keeping an eye on regulations. This isn't a Band-Aid on top of your tech stack. This is tech that scales innovation. Modernizing apps, putting AI to work. This isn't spending time converting and transferring data from different silos. This is delivering insights in real time across systems to deliver innovative business outcomes. So yeah, this isn't just talking about AI. This is Westin X on hybrid cloud helping modernize your business. Let's create. AI-generated art. AI-generated songs. AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. Built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can infuse AI into your business. This isn't getting bogged down figuring out where to apply it. This is hybrid cloud technology that can meet you where you are, while you're keeping an eye on regulations. This isn't a Band-Aid on top of your tech stack. This is tech that scales innovation. Modernizing apps, putting AI to work. This isn't spending time converting and transferring data from different silos. This is delivering insights in real time across systems to deliver innovative business outcomes. So yeah, this isn't just talking about AI. This is Westin X on hybrid cloud helping modernize your business. Let's create. AI-generated art. AI-generated songs. AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. Built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can
Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. Untuk Anda yang sudah melakukan registrasi, kami undang untuk boleh langsung masuk ke dalam ballroom dan juga langsung menempati tempat-tempat duduk yang telah kami sediakan. Sekali lagi kami mengundang Anda sekalian untuk menempati tempat-tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena sesaat lagi acara akan segera dimulai. To ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our event today. For those already do the registration, please be seated.
This is Watson X on hybrid cloud, helping modernize your business.
And the event will start very soon. Once again, I'll invite all participants to take your seat. We're gonna start the event very soon. Thank you for your cooperation.
AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. Built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation.
Baik, sekali lagi kami mengundang untuk Bapak Ibu boleh langsung menempati bangku dan meja yang masih kosong karena acara akan segera kami mulai. I'll invite all of you to please be seated because we're gonna start the event very soon. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, who still on the behind of this ballroom, I would like to invite you to please be seated because we're gonna start the event very soon. Thank you for your cooperation.
It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create.
Indonesia National Anthem, please arise. Hadirin dipersilahkan bangkit berdiri. Menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Hadirin dipersilakan untuk duduk kembali.
Membangun sebuah negara dari ribuan pulau yang tersebar di ribuan kilometer lautan membutuhkan koordinasi dan komunikasi data dalam jumlah besar. IBM mendukung perjalanan transformasi Indonesia menuju Indonesia Emas. Selama lebih dari 85 tahun, IBM telah menyediakan solusi teknologi bagi para pemimpin Indonesia untuk membangun, mengkreasi, mengembangkan, dan melindungi bangsa ini. Kami telah mendukung bangsa ini melalui keahlian terbaik kami, teknologi. Pada dekade-dekade awal negara ini berdiri, Badan Pertahanan Keamanan Negara Indonesia sudah memilih IBM sebagai mitra teknologi. Begitu pula dengan para perintis industri dan transportasi Indonesia dengan sistem-sistem IBM yang dipasang di kilang-kilang minyak, galangan kapal, maskapai penerbangan utama di Indonesia. IBM sudah memulai layanan perbankan online dan ATM pertama sejak tahun 1983. Tantangan yang kompleks membutuhkan solusi yang inovatif dan bukan hanya untuk bisnis. Nilai-nilai kami tidak pernah goyah. Kami tahu bahwa teknologi paling baik digunakan untuk kebaikan. Untuk melestarikan budaya dan memulihkan warisan kita, berkontribusi dalam upaya bantuan bencana, memastikan bahwa setiap orang dalam lingkup kesehatan memiliki akses ke informasi terbaru, memperluas aksesibilitas ke pendidikan untuk talenta digital Indonesia melalui program IBM Academy, dan membangun perpustakaan digital yang inklusif. Kami hadir untuk memberikan strategi yang lebih cerdas dalam mendorong transformasi digital yang nyata melalui teknologi IBM, Generative AI, dan otomatisasi dengan fondasi yang aman dan terpercaya untuk bisnis, memperluas inovasi dan modernisasi infrastruktur dengan hybrid cloud. Kami mengutamakan keamanan dimanapun, sehingga bisnis Anda dapat berkembang dengan aman dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik dan lebih hijau melalui solusi keberlanjutan kami. Melalui IBM Consulting, kami membantu organisasi menjadi semakin kompetitif dengan menyelaraskan transformasi dan menciptakan fokus yang jelas pada dampak bisnis. Kami berkomitmen untuk menyatukan teknologi inovatif dan keahlian industri yang akan memberdayakan masa depan Indonesia. Mari berkreasi, membangun negeri untuk dunia yang lebih baik.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Semangat pagi Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, selamat datang di The Westin Jakarta. Dan selamat datang dalam acara hari ini IBM Consulting Forum CXO Connect. Let's give a big round of applause. Senang sekali Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, hari ini saya Dora Angela boleh menghantarkan event dari pagi hingga siang hari ini. Nah, Dora punya pantun karena hari ini berbicara mengenai generative AI ya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dora tadi pagi nggak buat pantun sendiri, tapi coba pakai aplikasi ChatGPT. Wah, ternyata keren juga, boleh tolong dijawab dengan cakep ya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Di dunia maya AI berjaya, pencipta dunia baru tiada yang sia-sia. 86 tahun IBM berkarya dengan IBM Generative AI, mari berjaya, jaya, jaya. Kasih tepuk tangan dulu dong. Keren ya Bapak Ibu ya, jadi di ChatGPT bisa buat pantun juga Bapak Ibu sekalian ya. Nanti boleh dicoba. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, pada hari ini IBM Indonesia ingin mengajak Bapak Ibu sekalian bersama-sama mari berkreasi membangun negeri dengan forum diskusi yang secara spesial hari ini dibuat untuk Bapak Ibu para C-level sekalian. Yang akan sangat interaktif dan topiknya akan berguna untuk Bapak Ibu. Yang tentunya temanya adalah reinventing business value di era generative AI. Untuk apa Bapak Ibu sekalian? Tentunya untuk mendukung perjalanan digital transformasi bangsa kita. Bangsa Indonesia menuju 100 tahun Indonesia emas. Tentunya ada 5 topik besar yang akan dibawakan di hari ini. Yang pertama mengenai reinventing business value di era generative AI. Kemudian ada drive value from generative AI with guardrails. Yang ketiga mengenai value explodes when generative AI meets experience. Yang keempat deliver the right business value for your organization dan juga application modernization, a new way to run the business. Jadi topik-topik besar yang dibawakan tentunya nanti akan interaktif. Silakan Bapak Ibu kalau misalnya ada pertanyaan, ada tim dari IBM Indonesia yang akan membantu dan juga menjawab pertanyaan dari Anda. Alright, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's kickstart our IBM Consulting Forum today with a welcome speech. I would like to invite the duo today, Mr. Abraham Thomas as Managing Partner IBM Consulting ASEAN, together with Mr. Deep as Managing Partner, Vice President and Senior Partner IBM Consulting Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Abraham and Mr. Deep.
Selamat pagi. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu, sebelum kita mulai sesi ini, saya baca satu pantun. Pantun pinjam 100. Berakit-rakit ke hulu, cakap mana? Berenang-renang ke tepian, kalau ada pinjam 100 dulu, bersama IBM Consulting kita semakin terdepan. Thank you very much. That was my little attempt in Bahasa Indonesia. So on behalf of my colleagues from IBM, a warm welcome to all of you to this IBM Consulting session on generative AI. The host kindly used ChatGPT to create a pantun. We are not going to use ChatGPT today. We're going to talk about how generative AI can be used to help business and to drive business value. And we have a panel of speakers and many of our clients in Indonesia also joining us to share with us their experiences on how they are using generative AI to really transform their business, to enable them to operate more efficiently internally, for their employees, for their stakeholders, but more importantly, for their clients. We will cover generative AI across all your business functions, supply chain, human resources, finance, customer care, and you will hear from the experts as we go through the day today. Let me first introduce to you who we are. I run the IBM Consulting business across the ASEAN region, and we are in all the ASEAN countries. I will leave Deep, who is my leader for Indonesia, to talk about what we are doing in Indonesia. But let me add a few comments about Indonesia before I talk about the other countries. Indonesia is the one country in ASEAN that we are going to make significant investments in. I'm sure a number of you would have already read that we made a major acquisition of a company in Indonesia that will add a lot more capability, a lot more resources to our business to help us help our clients here in Indonesia. And I'll let Deep talk a little bit more about IBM Consulting in Indonesia and what we do in Indonesia to help our clients. But across the region, this is an important region for IBM from a consulting standpoint as well. We work across multiple industries, and we do both business and technology consulting with our clients across these industries. We have operations in Indonesia, of course, in Malaysia. where we have a nearshore delivery center. We do a lot of work with our clients in Philippines, primarily in the banking industry and also in the manufacturing and distribution industries. We have a significant presence in Thailand, where we created the first of a kind joint venture with a public sector bank to create an organization that will help them transform their bank. So it's a significant amount of resources that we have across this region, and we also have a presence in Vietnam, where we're working primarily with the banking sector in Vietnam. IBM Consulting is made up of practitioners across all these countries. We have our regional and Asia Pacific headquarters in Singapore, and I have a number of my colleagues here from both the ASEAN region as well as the Asia Pacific region, and we would like to take this opportunity to interact with all of you and to find a way to help solve some of the business challenges that you are facing. With that, let me ask Deep to do a double click on what IBM Consulting does in Indonesia. Deep, over to you.
Yep. Thank you, Abe. Thank you, Abe, for giving a perspective on ASEAN IBM. Okay. So my name is Deep. I lead the consulting for IBM Indonesia here. So as Abe said, Indonesia is a growth market for us. So globally, our CEO, he has identified 5 markets to grow. And out of those 5 countries, Indonesia is the one country which is the most focused country for our CEO. So when I say investment market, there are 2 areas wherein we are investing. So one is the inorganic growth that we're trying to do, and other is the organic area that we are trying to invest. Abe talked about the acquisition of Ikuti Global. Now with this acquisition, we would be more enabled in the market for SAP, Oracle, the cloud transformations, and so on. On the organic side also, we are having a lot of talent in Indonesia. So what we call that is a talent hunt. So in the last, I think, 1 quarter, a lot of senior leaders, a senior technology leader, business leaders are joining IBM, right? And in the next 1 quarter, there are at least 20 more senior leaders who are joining IBM. So if you see people on garden leave in the competition, or if you see people leaving competition, it's fair to assume they're joining IBM. So in terms of the, how do I use this? Which one? This one? Yeah. So in terms of what I wanted to share today is that who we are in Indonesia, that is one, and what are we doing in Indonesia. So those are the 2 questions which I wanted to share, so to give a perspective so that you understand what IBM is doing here. So in Indonesia, we are managing about 100+ clients, right? We have a team of around 1,000+ people in Indonesia locally supporting the clients. Out of these 1,000+ people, we have around 200+ people who are certified on SAP, Salesforce, AWS, Google, and so on. And in the last few years, we have delivered around 30+ transformation projects in Indonesia. I will talk about all these 30+ projects later on. But the point is that you talk about SAP, IBM is delivering projects. You talk about AWS, Google, you talk about Salesforce, you talk about any technology in Indonesia, IBM has delivered some project somewhere. So what we are basically doing in Indonesia, so if you look at the Indonesia IBM Consulting strategy, we have aligned our strategy with the Indonesia digital transformation, which means that we want to enable our clients on the digital transformation journeys using hybrid cloud and AI. So that's what we want to do in Indonesia. And the way we engage with the client is we start with either the business consulting or a technology consulting or a cybersecurity consulting. So that's how we start the engagement. For example, in case you're looking to enhance the revenue, reduce the cost, or maybe bring in more efficiencies into the system, you can come to IBM, right? And as IBM, when we start working, we are not only giving a paper deliverable, which means that if we are recommending some KPIs to improve, we make sure that we deliver end-to-end to deliver those KPIs. I can give an example on SAP. For example, if you want to implement a S/4HANA system, so as IBM, we bring in with industry expertise, we bring in with technology expertise, we bring in the process expertise, and we also bring in the IBM assets to deliver a transformation project on S/4HANA. Now, once the project is delivered, right, when we're delivering a project, you have to deploy this project on a cloud or an on-prem system. Andreas will say that it has to be on cloud everywhere, but in some clients, it's on-prem also. So when you're delivering that project on a cloud, IBM can help you on the end-to-end technical architecture. IBM can help you on the deployment and so on. Now, once the project is deployed on production, you also need support to run the system. The light has to be on, the system has to run 24/7. So IBM can come up with the end-to-end managed services using AI Ops to run this project. Now, once the project is deployed, it is running fine on the system, you also need help to run your business processes. So the business processes could be on, say, finance, HR, IT, operations. So IBM has a shared services which help you to run those business processes. So net, what I'm trying to give a message here is that if you're looking for end-to-end solution to improve any of your business KPIs, IBM is one of the company in Indonesia that can help you drive that. Now, the offerings that we have in Indonesia is, for example, I talked about Salesforce, the SAP. So SAP, we were working very closely with Andreas and team. And as part of SAP, we have, in the last 2 years, we have delivered 12 large, complex transformation projects in Indonesia. I'm just giving some thought process that what we are doing. Salesforce, one of the largest implementation of Salesforce in Indonesia is done by IBM, which include your marketing cloud, services cloud, and so on. If you look at the Oracle, we are the number 2 in Oracle implementations in Indonesia today. You talk about app modernization. One of the largest implementation of application migration and modernization, which means moving around 150 plus application onto cloud, was delivered by IBM for the Indonesia market. So you name about any technology in Indonesia, IBM has done a lot of work, and we have a lot of experience, a lot of expertise to deliver those projects. Now, when you're delivering all these projects, one of the key area which is there is the security. For example, if you're putting your data in the cloud, you need to make sure the data is fully secure. So within IBM, we have IBM security services that take care of the security angle. So in summary, if you work with IBM, I think you're covered end to end, right? So you take care of your business, and we will make sure that we deliver anything and everything which is required to run your system. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Abraham and also Deep for opening this event today. So ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, tentunya kita akan bersama-sama mengerti lebih dalam lagi mengenai hal yang mungkin kita nggak bilang baru ya Bapak Ibu, pasti udah tahu dan sudah ingin mengimplementasikannya, tapi bagaimana caranya yang benar, mungkin itulah yang menjadi jawaban hari ini Bapak Ibu sekalian. Namun sebelum itu kita akan mendengarkan kata sambutan yang berasal dari Bapak Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Rudi Salahuddin MEM selaku Deputi 4 Bidang Koordinasi Ekonomi Digital, Ketenagakerjaan dan Usaha Mikro Kecil dan Menengah Republik Indonesia. Dengan penuh kehormatan marilah kita sambut Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Rudi Salahuddin MEM.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Pak Abraham Thomas and Deep from IBM, Pak Roy Kosasi, President Director IBM Indonesia, Bapak Anthony Emni, Country Manager AWS, Bapak Chirag Sukadia, Chief Enterprise Data Analytics Officer Indosat, Bapak Imron Ghazali from the Medco Energy, Pak Irfan Setiaputra, CEO Garuda Indonesia, Ibu Sinta Indriati from Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Pak Prasetyo, Pelabuhan Direktur Strategi of Pelabuhan Indonesia, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, let us extend our praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the abundance of grace so all of us can gather in this place with good health to attend and meet at the IBM Consulting Forum, which raised the topic reinventing business value in the era of generative AI. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about the future, we realize that the Industrial Revolution 4.0 and technological developments have disrupted many economic activities. There is artificial intelligence, robotization, ChatGPT that can affect aspects of business, government, and social. G20 leaders in the Leaders' Declaration in New Delhi, India last September have paid special attention to AI to be used responsibly. I would also like to highlight on our President's remarks, as many of us should not to be afraid of AI, considering that AI technology continues to develop very quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the latest breakthroughs in the world of AI is the generative AI technology, which has opened up a new era in computational ability and machine creativity with enormous potential for the global economy. In Indonesia, generative AI has the potential to contribute to Indonesia's GDP up to $243.5 million US, or equivalent to 18% of Indonesia's GDP in 2022. This potential is considered far above Malaysia, the Philippines, and India. Generative AI optimization also has the potential to increase production capacity in various economic sectors, such as manufacturing sector by 34%, trade sector around 16%, construction sector up to 12%, and some from transportation service sector as well as agriculture sector. Today, we are the largest AI market in ASEAN and the fourth largest in Asia. Indonesian workers are also optimistic about AI, with around 56% believing that AI can improve work productivity and efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, however, based on the Global AI Index 2023, Indonesia is ranked 46th out of 62 countries. This is a challenge that we must solve in order to continue to develop and utilize the potential of AI. In more detail, the challenges are in 5 aspects. First, the infrastructure aspects. Currently, we don't have large non-distributed supercomputers. The download speed is still low at 26 Mbps, and integrated IC import-exports are also still low. Secondly, the research and human resources aspect. The low number of AI patent application and approvals, and the number of STEM graduates reaching only 19%. Third, in the aspect of business development, we also see that there are no AI startups with unicorn status, and the number of AI companies and startups is still low. Fourth, the policy aspect. There are still many things that we need to be done. We don't yet have national policies related to AI ethics, open data, and fifth, or the last, is the funding aspect. The availability of venture capital funds for AI is still limited. Ladies and gentlemen, the development of AI will inevitably have an impact on the employment side. World Economic Forum, in its report titled The Future Jobs, also predicts that by 2025, 40% of industry players will reduce their workforce as a consequence of technology integration. In fact, around 17% of jobs in Indonesia could be automated by AI. On the other hand, AI has great opportunities for the advancement of science and technology. There are also opportunities to create new jobs with increased demand for skills such as data analyst, data scientist, data engineer, big data specialist, artificial intelligence and machine learning specialist, and Internet of Things specialist. In addition, AI also helps labor effectiveness in practice, such as alternative business solutions, improvement of public services, medical diagnostic and treatment services, and optimization of crops yields. So it can be said that AI technology is part of the digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, Indonesia's digital economy this year accounts for 40% of ASEAN's market share. However, it is estimated to only contribute 8 to 9% to GDP. Therefore, the government stipulates that the digital economy must be able to leapfrog its benefit by being able to contribute up to 20% of Indonesia's GDP by 2030. To realize this target, the government is currently finalizing the National Strategy for Indonesia's Digital Economy Development 2030. This strategy will be implemented through 6 main pillars, such as infrastructure and data governance, talent development, research and innovations, business climate and cybersecurity, funding and investment, and also policy and regulations. Through comprehensive digital economy development, Indonesia's digital economy competitiveness is expected to increase to 30th place by 2030. And frontier technologies such as AI becomes a key accelerator of digital economy development in achieving Digital Economy Vision 2045, thus having a significant impact on Indonesia's economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I also welcoming IBM's initiative through the organization of the IBM Consulting Forum, which aims to discuss the application of AI to accelerate the transformation journey in Indonesia to support digital transformation towards a golden Indonesia in 2045. Going forward, to facilitate the collaboration of digital professionals, support the preparation of digital talent skills, open access to technology for all, and encourage sustainable impact for Indonesian society urgently required cooperation from IBM. In the end, I once again invite all of us to strengthen synergy and collaboration in order to accelerate the growth of the national digital economy through reinventing business value in the era of generative AI. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada yang terhormat Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Rudi Salahuddin MEM atas kata sambutannya, dan sepertinya hal-hal yang cukup baik dan juga positif Bapak Ibu yang kita bisa dengar dari dampak dari teknologi AI ini sendiri, produktivitas, kemudian efisiensi perusahaan, dan masih banyak lagi yang lainnya. Dan tentunya izinkan hari ini teknologi IBM tentunya setelah 86 tahun berkarya dan juga berjaya Bapak Ibu sekalian, dan keahlian terbaiknya adalah teknologi Bapak Ibu. Jadi pada hari ini mari kita bersama-sama untuk boleh bersinergi, berkolaborasi mengenai generatif AI di forum diskusi spesial ini. Dan langsung saja, for the first one we're gonna talk about the strategy first. It's about reinventing business value in the era of generative AI. This first presentation will be delivered by Mr. Prasan Pradhan as Vice President and CTO IBM Consulting Asia Pacific. So please give a warm welcome to Mr. Prasan Pradhan.
Hello, and thank you everyone for your time. Let me see if this works. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So most of us in the room have probably been introduced to generative AI through popular culture or its consumer use, right? Through systems like ChatGPT. However, what we are going to be talking about most of the day today is how enterprises around the world have started to use generative AI to create real and serious value. So first, let me start with a quick sort of impact statement, right, around generative AI. Right, so it's widely believed that over the course of the next 3 years or so, generative AI is actually going to contribute close to $3 to $4 trillion of economic value to the global economy, right? And this is going to be across industries. So the scale of this impact is actually going to drive rapid adoption, we believe, over the course of the next 3 years. So some key statistics are that over the course of these 3 years, we actually expect close to 80% of enterprises to adopt generative AI in some form for value creation. You'll also be interested to know that we've assessed that about in certain classes of key knowledge work, we actually expect up to 80% productivity from generative AI, right? So that's obviously serious value. And you will also start to see that technology providers, right, will start to embed Gen AI more and more, right, in their existing systems and offerings. Yeah, sorry, this one seems to be not working that well. So essentially, this is sort of the value statement and the time frame, if you will, right, for in when we basically expect rapid transformation through generative AI. So in our engagements with generative AI, with enterprises around the world, we've actually found a simple framework to be useful to explain the value creation through AI. And if you look at this chart, on the left-hand side, you basically see the use of generative AI for productivity. This is something you can think of as everyday AI, something that we use to get more productivity, free up our employees for higher value work. And this breaks out roughly as front office and back office transformation. On the right-hand side of this chart, you'll actually see what we would like to call game-changing AI. This is where you're actually using generative AI to create net new value, generate new revenue streams, create new products and services, and enhance some foundational core capabilities in industries, right? So let's actually go through this wheel, if you will, right? And look at some key examples around the world of examples of each form of value creation, right? So first, I will talk about an example from front office transformation, right? This is an example from one of our large banking clients globally, Lloyd's Bank. And what the bank has done is that they have fundamentally transformed their customer-facing interface by introducing large language models in their contact centers, right? And surely AI has been used in contact centers for many years. But the power of these generative AI foundational models is that they are actually capable of doing open-ended conversation. And we are actually starting to see that relative to prior approaches of using AI in the contact center, we are actually able to get up to 80% reduction in manual effort. And what the bank has fundamentally been able to do is to actually transform what used to be a cost center into a value center, right? Now the contact center doesn't just act as a place where customers go for support, but it's actually also their main channel for doing cross-sell and upsell of financial products, right? So this is an example of a large organization using front office transformation for productivity. The second example, which is more from the back office, I'll actually like to use an example of client zero, which is IBM itself, right? So one of the ways that we have significantly used AI is to actually transform our entire HR function across 170 plus countries around the world. And what this system is that it's basically transforming the entire HR value cycle from the way we hire and acquire talent, from the way we serve this talent, we serve our employees, how we grow their talent, and how we eventually retire talent, right? And essentially what has been done here is that AI has been infused in all of these aspects of the HR value cycle. And you see some startling numbers, right, that capture the results from this transformation. We've actually been able to automate through AI close to 94% of the work that earlier used to be done by our HR partners. And what that has done is that our HR partners are now upskilled and doing much more higher value work, right, in the overall HR value chain. You will actually see that this system has significant adoption, approaching close to about 1 million transactions now. And this is now something that we are starting to apply to our clients to actually do their own HR transformation. Yeah? So that's an example of value creation at the back office, right? Now let's look at the right-hand side quadrant, right, which is, in some cases, quite exciting. So in this example, I'll start with, one client, or rather a set of clients that we've worked with in creating AI-infused new products and services, right? And this example is the collaboration of IBM with Wimbledon and the US Open, right? For many years, we've actually, contributed to building the systems that power fan experiences in these large-scale events. And what we have now been able to do is to power these fan experiences using AI. So the chart highlights some of the key areas where we've actually infused AI to generate sort of a completely differentiated fan experience. The first one being, AI-generated highlight videos, where we are able to go through, days and hours of footage, and AI is able to automatically extract, noteworthy clips from these recordings and create, highlight reels automatically. If you look at some of the scale and impact of this technology, you'll actually see that this is some serious production use. And basically, these live, large-scale professional events are actually relying on fan experience, improving fan experience through AI. We're also doing AI spoken voice commentary, which is, again, able to generate automated voice commentaries from hundreds of sort of matches, across the event. We've done infusion of AI in, delivering insights from the matches, right, to fans, which actually, again, significantly transforms their experience in terms of how they experience the matches, how they look at win odds of different players, and so forth, right? So that's an example of where new generation products and services are being built using generative AI. And, the last quadrant that I want to talk about is enhancing core capabilities. This is where generative AI is actually being used in very significant industry-specific contexts to create new value. And a great example here is our work with Moderna. Some of you would be familiar with Moderna as the organization that created the COVID mRNA vaccine, yeah? And the work that we are doing here is actually an industry-specific foundation model called Moleformer. Moleformer is actually, so just like we are used to talking about large language models, which predominantly deal with language, Moleformer is an example of a foundation model that actually deals with molecules. This model has been trained on billions of molecules, and it's able to predict the structure and function of these molecules. And what IBM and Moderna are doing together is to use this kind of an industry-specific, domain-specific foundation model to actually create, nanoparticle-based mRNA delivery mechanisms in their medicines. There are examples in other industries as well where we have created non-language foundation models. One key example is in time series data. So we have created time series foundation models and applied them to equipment in cement manufacturing and steel manufacturing as an example, right? We have created models that are specific to geospatial data in our collaboration with NASA and so on. So granted that some of this kind of work will be few and far between, but the key is to understand that on the game-changing value of AI, there are some foundational industry capabilities that are being developed on specialized foundation models, right? So having given you sort of this taxonomy, if you will, of how to look at value for enterprises through generative AI, it's worth asking ourselves that how do we think about a strategic platform to do all of this work? So on the left-hand side, what you see is sort of a more common model where we expect some enterprises to be an AI user, right? These are proprietary closed models, and you'll basically be interacting through these models through prompting. But we actually anticipate that most of the enterprises will actually be on the right-hand side, where they'll be AI value creators. The difference here is that you are actually working off of an open platform where you can select the foundation models that are fit to purpose for a given enterprise use case. And then you are able to train, tune, and deploy these models anywhere on your own data, right? Most enterprises will have proprietary IP that will actually be combined with open generative AI models to actually create specific use cases of value for that enterprise. And above all, in an enterprise setting, these kinds of platforms will actually be subject to regulatory compliance. So one of the key areas of work that IBM has is in the space of governance of generative AI, where we make sure that the life cycle of these models is managed across the enterprise. They adhere to specific growing regulatory compliance obligations that are there for these models. And these models are explainable. Their decisions can be explained. The data that is being used to train these models can be traced and audited and so forth, right? So that's kind of our thinking on the strategic platform, and we expect most organizations to actually be on the right-hand side of this chart. Having said that, we obviously cannot do this alone. So one of the key motions for us here is partnering with the ecosystem. And some of our colleagues from this ecosystem are in the audience today. So we are actually starting to see ISVs like SAP, Salesforce, etc., embed a lot of AI in their core products, right? So we are absolutely partnering with these entities to make sure that the optimal value is delivered to our enterprise clients. Similarly, on the cloud platform side, both Microsoft and AWS as well as Google are our key partners, and we are making sure that the broadest possible set of models is actually available to our clients for their specific use cases. I'll conclude with this, treatment of how you actually execute this change. So we've spoken about sort of the value framework, we've spoken about the platform, but given the complexity of implementing generative AI, the associated complexity of data, the change management and sort of the people changes that it might entail, how do you actually execute these transformations in a systematic way through the organization? So IBM has a framework for implementing generative AI, which we like to call our garage framework. And the core idea here is to actually keep value aligned to the enterprise's requirements through the execution of these projects. What we are starting to see is that a lot of enterprises are now creating a generative AI COEs or centers of excellence together with us, where we actually use the garage methodology and value orchestration to make sure that not just the technology, but the associated change management involved in generative AI is actually being systematically implemented, right? And that framework is something we are finding extremely useful across the world to implement Gen AI. Having said that, I just want to leave you with this sort of one punchline. We do believe that organizations adopting generative AI will certainly outperform those that don't. And this will also happen at an individual employee level. People who are not using generative AI will actually be less successful than those that are, right? Generative AI may not replace employees, but it will certainly replace people who are not using generative AI with people who are, right? So with that closing comment, I'll ask Deep to come here and continue the panel. You're...
You take my part, sir. It's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Pradent. All right. Let's start this, Deep. Alright Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami punya translation team untuk Bapak Ibu. Jikalau Anda membutuhkannya, translation dari Inggris ke Indonesia ataupun Indonesia ke Inggris, please just raise your hand. Our team gonna approach you to give the headset for you, Bapak Ibu. All right, Deep, please, let's run the first discussion panel.
Thank you, Prashant. So let me get started on this. So as Prashant said that generative AI has a huge impact on everything. So if you look at broader picture, right, and if you look at the overall strategy of the organization, if you start from the strategy and planning, right, the generative AI can help you there. Now, when you go into the customer or the marketing function or the sales and distribution functions, the generative AI can do a lot of help in terms of improving the customer sat, improving the revenue, and so on. Now, if you move one level down on the finance function, supply chain, or even the HR function, the generative AI automations will help you not only giving the employee satisfaction, but also helping you reduce the cost. And then on the overall operations also. So generative AI is something which is very, very hot in the market. So let me invite on stage with me Bhuvanesh, the Director of Telecom Group. So Bhuvanesh, if you can come and sit, please. Second, let me invite Chirag on the stage. Chirag is the Chief Data Officer at Indosat. And Prashant, if you can also join us for this short discussion. Yeah, please. I can sit in the center if you don't mind. So we will use this maybe 20-25 minutes to basically learn from your experience in the market. I think you guys are doing a lot of work on generative AI. So whether it's an overall strategy of generative AI or talking about implementing specific use cases in the functions. So Chirag, if you don't mind, I would like to start with you. I know Indosat is doing a lot on the generative AI. There are some strategy discussions which are happening. You're working on the overall strategy for Indosat. So what we would like to understand is that how are you defining the overall strategy for Indosat, keeping in mind the customer experience, the employee experience, the partner experience, and also the benefits in terms of the revenue enhancements and the cost optimizations.
Well, thank you, Deep. And first of all, a very good morning to everybody present here, distinguished guests. And I'm happy, Deep, the question that you asked, that when it is about Indosat, we always talk about experience. So let me take just 30 seconds to set the context. Indosat is a 56-year-old company. We saw IBM 80 years old and all the too many firsts that IB had done years back. So Indosat also, I was told that in 1956 or sometime around that time, we were the first one to connect Indonesia to the world, right? So and over the years, we have been able to contribute a lot towards the whole communication industry. But as we speak now, we are a very purpose-driven organization, right? And the purpose is to connect and empower every Indonesian, right? And to enable this, just a few years back, we started this whole program or the way of life called Marvelous Experiences, right? We believe that the empowerment can happen when we provide marvelous experiences to our customers, right? And this, the whole AI can become the tool to enable those marvelous experiences. And as you rightly spoke that, when we talk about marvelous experience, it's not only about end consumer. It starts with employee, how we give the employee the experiences that they can take it forward and, be happy about. Then it extends to partner, and then it goes up to the end customers. Now, AI obviously is, as we saw also, it's not something very new. It has been there for like 70, 80 years. But what has happened in the last 1 year is that, with OpenAI and ChatGPT, it has kind of reignited the interest into the whole, how things can be done better with AI. So at Indosat also, what we do is that, we, as I said earlier, we keep customers at the center of everything, right? We talk about experiences. So we have crafted this whole journeys of employee journeys, starting from, I think Prashant, you spoke about, how it starts with even when the employee joins us, and then, onboarding and then complete offboarding kind of thing. So we have crafted those customer, employee journeys, partner journeys, and customer journeys. And we understand customer, so I don't know, maybe you guys, many of you would be aware, in Indonesia, on an average, the Gen Z spend around 9 hours a day on devices, right? But the attention span that these people have is less than 10 seconds. Globally also it's the same, but Indonesia it's like, that is. So how do you capture those Gen Zs, right? And that's where the AI comes into play. So what we have done is that, we at Indosat, we believe that we will not go on just simple stray use case basis, but we will go on a very platform-oriented approach. And when I say platform-oriented approach, we will build capabilities and features which can be reused, in many, many use cases that the industry feels are valuable. And, so we start with the infrastructure of the platform. Obviously, the models will be built on that. And then we have the whole data. Data becomes very key because all AI will only ride on data. And we have embarked on this unified data platform with IBM. And that the project has just started, will take around 6-8 months to finish. But riding on that data, and then the people in the process part becomes very important, right? Because, and that's what again Prashant you talked about, how, because people will enable it, and the success of AI will depend on the people. So we are looking at the whole AI stack in a very organized manner and not doing just one use case in, say, HR or one use case in marketing. And so to give you what kind of use cases we are looking at 4 key archetypes. One is to do with, customer service, where, say we have our MyM3 app and how we can enable this conversational AI on the bots, which can help the customers, the kind of example that you also showed. Then internally, how we can create innovation using AI. That's where the efficiencies and engagement, will come in. The employees will benefit out of it, and we will see some huge productivity gains, 60-70% productivity gains. Then we talk about creative generation. And this is interesting because like Indosat has 100 million customers. And for years, everybody has been talking about, segment of one personalization. But very difficult to do, right? But with Gen AI, we can enable it. And the example is that suppose we have 100 products, but the way that those products are being delivered to the customers, right, through the Gen AI, whether it is text generation or image generation, can be very, very personalized, and we can actually achieve those segment of one. So that's where again we intend to use the AI. And obviously then it's about the code or the modeling where we create the augmented networks and ITs, which will help the whole industry. So these are the things that we're looking at.
Thank you, Chirag. I think your sharing on your strategy is very insightful personally to me. I think it's going to be learning for most of the people sitting in the room. I will come back to your follow-up question, but prior to that, I know that with every new technology, there are always concerns and challenges. So, Bhuvanesh, I will like to ask one question to you, if you don't mind. So, we know that telecom as a group is doing very, very well on B2B, right? And you are one of the driving force behind that. So, what I would like to understand from you is that how are you taking care of the concerns and challenges around generative AI?
Okay. Yes, I am in the telco industry. And we see from the data, actually in the past 10 years, the growth of revenue is quite low, around 3.3. I have the data, maybe we can share. And the other hand, actually, we can see the global data consume is almost near triple. So with this challenge, we can see how we can monetize the data. Because for the business, Telkom has about 160 million customer in the enterprise B2B as well and the B2C as well. So the challenge for the implementing the operational with very, very huge. How we can monetize the data? Because if we talk about today's discussion about the AI, we can see the AI is really significant enabler for the data monetization, right? So it can be a game changer. So we know that there are about global data consumption is very huge. To fill in the capacity, of course, need a very huge capex. So there are challenges for the telco industry really wants how to monetize data. And the second, how about the capex risk? And then the technology is always new, always up to date. And since the previous, for the shorter lifetime of the technology is always shorter and shorter. So we need to talk about the risk. And the others is the skeptical for the investor interest. So how we manage the customer, especially in the B2B, we can see that maybe from the data, the national strategy for the AI, we can see now one is ethical and policy. As Pak Salahuddin mentioned, actually we haven't have the regulatory. But sure, now we have like a regulatory policy from the Kominfo that actually manage for the policy for the protection, personal data protection. The ethical, how we realizing the AI in accordance with the Pancasila value. So we need the policy for the regulatory and of course for the data security. And the second, we know that the skill gap, how to fill in the skill gap to implement the AI. And the third related with the data consortium, the infrastructure and the security network. The ecosystem is not easy. If we see that there are 6 value chain. Telkom, to implement the AI, we already implement the AI. Most likely the AI startup or the Telkom subsidiary operate the AI is in the service and the application. But for the computing hardware, cloud, we partnership with the global giant. So we use the generative AI in our operation daily to manage the customer, really to improve, how to improve the customer experience, how to improve the productivity of the operation, and for sure, how to get the reduced cost to manage them. So this is that we need to work together with a partner, especially in the vertical industry, because in the B2B, we go to the vertical industry and how we combine the machine and human to support the B2B.
No, thank you, Bu Vanessa, I think, for sharing your challenges. I think most of the organization in Indonesia are facing these challenges, and we would be happy to work with you and support you on that. So, Prashant, let me come to you now. So, as Bu Vanessa said, the challenges which are there on implementing any new technology. So, how can IBM as a company can help organization in Indonesia on this, overcoming these challenges and concern and do something which is beneficial for the organizations?
Right, so thanks Deep. So look, just drawing upon experience from many other clients in different sectors, right? I mean, what's the entry point, right, into adding value through generative AI? It roughly follows the framework, right, that I've spoken about in my presentation. So we've seen 2 broad categories of these entry points. So in some cases, certain organizations have a very clear idea about a particular use case. Could be, let's say, in the front office or contact center transformation that they want to lean in on. And they want to establish, some level of experience, expertise within the organization so that they can then go and scale. But there's another sort of very, I would say, compelling and evolving pattern where we see organizations are approaching this as a center of excellence. So these are large conglomerates, right? Big organizations that actually see generative AI as adding value in 3 or 4 major areas across the organization. So it could be in HR, it could be in back office shared services, invoice processing, depending upon your industry. So their view has been that, the right way to do this is to first establish a common platform across the organization, establish a set of skills, right? A core unit within the organization, right, that has the ability to interact with various stakeholders, right, across lines of business, bring the right use cases and so on, a technology partner, a strategic platform, and so on. So I think we are seeing, these two predominant, ways of engagement. And, for clients in Indonesia and looking at sort of some of the sectoral breadth here, I think either one is appropriate, right? What IBM would typically do in these kinds of cases, right, is that if it's a use case specific thing, we are obviously very clear what kind of expertise we want to bring in. So we will generally bring in to co-create that use case, right, together with the organization. In other cases where we've been brought in to establish these kind of generative AI COEs, that tends to be a lot more sort of a strategic motion, where we actually bring in people from across our organization, right? And also start to actually create, I would say, a set of squads with the business together, right, by use case. So one of the recent clients that we worked with, they are a conglomerate in the energy, transportation, and all mining and all these sectors. So what we actually established is a common platform and a set of 5 initial tenants, lines of business that actually have compelling use cases. And we created squads to actually, go impact each one of those, right? So those are kind of some patterns that we've seen, right, active in the field.
Okay, thank you, Prashant, for your inputs. Now, see, when we're implementing this generative AI, there are a lot of concerns which are there around cybersecurity. So, Bhuvanesh, since you're working with a lot of B2B customers in the market, so we want to learn from you, how are you taking care of the cybersecurity angle?
Okay, if we're talking about the cybersecurity, it's very, everybody interested for this, right? Yes, AI actually is the very powerful tools to help us as a guardian, as a predicting, preventing, and of course responding. Yes, they help us in the IT security to serve, because we process very 100 million subscriber in the B2B and B2C. So the data security, the cyber attack is really give big attention for us. Of course, we need the tools like generative AI to help us, because one, we need to, as I said, it is the very powerful tools, predicting, preventing, and responding. There are 5 tasks if we can put in the AI, so no need the manual job of us. One is how we can identify if there is a unusual behavior or somebody not get the access come. And the second, how we can protect, keeping safe. Our system cannot be accessed from the outside. And the third, how we can detect, because sometimes there are hidden threats. So with the hidden threat, so how we can detect, early detection, and if there is something get attacked, how we can recover fast. And the other is really a response and their recovery, bouncing back. AI can learn from the experience, so they know. Of course, we need to have a foundation model, and they know how to monitor and respond. This is what we use, because our IT service actually work for guards as for the network security for the cyber attack.
Thank you, Babunis. I think I'm getting a lot of messages on the timer, but I still want to ask one more question before we close this discussion. So, Chirag, I think IBM is implementing UDP for you. So we would like to understand how is IBM helping you on the overall analytics space?
So even before we started our journey on the AI or the Gen AI, right, we understood that data is definitely one of the key components in delivering the right experiences to the customers, irrespective of the Gen AI. That was like maybe a few years back. Now data in silos is not any good, and it needs to be transformed. It needs to be matured to deliver the right experiences and to make business value out of it. And that's where we embarked upon this whole UDP, Unified Data Platform journey. We started it thinking about it a few months back, and then obviously IBM was in our ecosystem as a partner. The global expertise that you bring in, definitely. So we partnered with them in terms of ensuring that, how we can transform this whole data. We are working on cloudification of it with one of the partners, but just simple lift and shift is not going to help. And that's where I think, Deep, your team would, we look forward to your expertise on helping us to enable the data to deliver the right experiences and then use AI or Gen AI on it.
Thank you, Chirag. Thank you, Bhubanes, and thank you, Prashant. So I think the opportunities are limitless in case of generative AI. So the important point is that, and every organization has to do something on generative AI. So I think our recommendation is that every organization should set up some COEs within themselves. You can take the expertise from outside and work out something wherein you start working on small use cases. Because it's important to understand and feel the power of generative AI. And if you're able to do that, then in future, I think you can do large transformation using generative AI. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. D, for being the moderator of the first discussion panel. Let's take a picture first before we end this discussion. Let's take a picture first, sir. In the middle, please. Picture. Yeah. All right, please move forward a bit and be in the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, yep. Can we move a bit to the left? All right. Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Mr. Deep, Mr. Chirag, and Ibu Venus dan juga Mr. Prasant Pradhan. Thank you so much for the first discussion about reinventing business value in the era of generative AI. Oh yeah, please do not do 1, 2, 3. All right. That's a good campaign, sir, for generative AI. Baik, itu tadi Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian mengenai bagaimana pandangan dari industri telekomunikasi tentunya dalam mengimplementasikan atau mau mengimplementasikan dari AI ini, apa yang dibutuhkan, apa yang menjadi concern dan khawatir, kendala dan challenges-nya. Baik, kita akan lanjut lagi Bapak Ibu sekalian, maju lagi ke presentasi yang kedua. Ini akan mengenai, so the next presentation is about drive value from generative AI with guardrails ya. Yang mungkin kita nggak tahu ya, ada buku prosedurnya gitu. Nah ini mungkin supaya kita lebih mengerti lagi, selanjutnya akan mengenai ada supply chain use cases ya. That will be delivered by Ms. Kunta as Partner Supply Chain and Procurement Transformation Leader, IBM Asia Pacific. So please give your big round of applause for Mrs. Kunta.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Kunta Chelvanathan and I look after supply chain and procurement transformations across APAC. Now, I wanted to make this real. How can we drive value from AI use cases? And I wanted to bring it to supply chain and procurement use cases and really make it real. And whilst we're doing that, let's talk a little bit about the guardrails we have to put in place. So let's get started. We all know, right? We are moving on a journey where AI is embedded within everything we do. So we are seizing that opportunity to embed AI. And I would say supply chain procurement is probably one of the first to really embrace AI within their functions. Now at IBM ourselves, we've been using AI in our supply chain for many, many years. So now this is the time to actually take it out and share it with our clients. So what are the 3 imperatives that we're seeing, right? And where are we seeing the value? There are 3 things. Real-time data is for real, finally. Number 2, collaboration with ecosystem partners. That's what's sparking productivity. Collaboration, not within your organization, not only within your organization, but with your service providers and with your ecosystem partners. I'll talk a little bit about that later. And then finally, we need to predict more. It's not about looking historically at data. It's about predicting what could happen. and I'll talk a little bit about that more as well. Firstly, data. So the three things you won't forget when you leave. Real-time data, collaboration is sparking productivity, and we need to supercharge predictive capabilities. So let's look at data. I talked about supply chain executives who want to have access to data. We need to be able to predict what is the next disruption. Disruption is here to stay. You know, it's not just COVID, it's not about the geopolitical issues that we're having right now. There are going to be future disruptions every single day, and we need to be able to see what is happening. So that's what we need data for, real-time data, so we can preempt some of these. And we want to make decisions faster. And as we do that, we are creating competitive advantage. Prashant talked a little bit about this, of how organizations can supercharge their competitive advantage by embracing AI. And that's how we use data to do that. So what is the use case? All those traditional dashboards, the analysis, the charts, the graphs, what we're really doing in supply chain is embedding them into large language models and querying that data like a chatbot. And that's how we're making it a lot more useful, right? The traditional dashboards, not very useful anymore. Querying data, metrics, KPIs, disruption data, alerts, querying them is how we're seeing companies embrace AI. Secondly, let's talk about collaboration that's sparking productivity. Now, supply chain and procurement is all about interactions with the ecosystem. Supply chains can have 20, 30 nodes where it goes from source to the end user. And across those nodes, you have players, you have system players, ecosystem players. And we really need to have a lot more collaboration along that so that we can preempt disruptions, as I mentioned before, but also collaborate for better outcomes. And that's where we're seeing AI, chatbots, and assistants being able to help with that collaborative work. And also, what we're seeing also is that we're forecasting about 20% of decisions would be made by AI bots in the next couple of years. And whilst there are risks, and whilst we're talking about risks, we've got to talk about the guardrails as well. 82% of the CEOs we interviewed, and we interviewed about 1,000, said that despite the risks, they still see a lot more benefits, right? So there is definitely risk where we have to acknowledge that, but there are guardrails that we can put in place to mitigate those risks. And then the last thing was that generative AI is really supercharging predictive capabilities. And I talked about disruptions. This is one of those areas where you can really predict, what is going to happen with demand, what's going to happen with supply, the volatility, where are the risks with our suppliers, what's happening at ports, what would happen if this port shut down and I won't be able to get my products, what is the delay, etc. All of those queries can now be helped with generative AI predictive capabilities. So let's embrace the disruptions and plan for them ahead of time. So then I wanted to talk about procurement, a procurement use case, because I think every organization has a procurement function, and it's sort of key to having the operational productivity that we want. One of the use cases that I'm seeing very, very common amongst my clients is the digital concierge. What is the digital concierge? As you can see over here, it's the start of the entire procurement function of where we, again, collaboration across buyers, suppliers, and procurement staff, and a workflow. So how does AI help with that? The AI assistant, as part embedded into your digital concierge, assists procurement users and the procurement professionals to identify the right workflow. Should I be, buying this as a once-off? is, do I have a marketplace that I should be going to? Is it a contracted product that I should just be buying off the contract? But all of this information you don't need to know anymore. The AI assistant can guide you along that path. It's a concierge that helps you go to the right workflow. You don't need to know the procedures and the policies anymore. You can query the AI bot. The second thing is, I was talking about the ecosystem partners. The digital concierge helps with that collaboration. It can immediately query your suppliers, get responses. Is there a delay on this product? Is the ETA, has there been a delay in the ETA? Are all my products, is it a full delivery or is it a partial delivery? All of those queries can be helped with that digital concierge together with your ecosystem partners. And then finally, supplier performance metrics. Procurement always are interested in what are the KPIs. Are the suppliers meeting their delivery dates? Are they meeting their quality requirements? What are the SLAs? Do we have force majeure terms with the suppliers? All of these queries and relevant supplier performance metrics can be identified and preempted by the digital concierge. So that's this very brief use case that I wanted to share with you because I had limited time. But I think at this point, it is worth talking about the guardrails, the risks and the guardrails we need to put in place. There are definitely risks in embedding Gen AI amongst our workflow, in the workflow. But for each of these risks, there are mitigation actions that we can take. I will be talking a little bit more about the mitigation actions during the panel discussion, but one of them is definitely having the right policies in place and making sure that the procedures that we follow has been vetted and has been agreed by the organization. Number two is using trusted data sources. So when we are embedding our transactional data, using metrics, supplier metrics, they're trusted sources, and we know how to use those sources. So that's the second thing. And then the last thing is that when we predict, we're using probability simulation models that have been tried and tested. So we know that the results are as accurate as they can be. So those are three key things that I think are relevant for putting in place as guardrails for supply chain procurement. Of course, there are many more for other use cases. And with that, I'll end my discussion on how to drive value with AI using supply chain and procurement use cases with the appropriate guardrails.
That's great. Thank you, Mrs. Kunta. Please remain on stage because we're going to invite the moderator for this session, Bapak Andrian Purnama, as Managing Partner IBM Consulting Indonesia. Let's give this like this, sir. Yes, it's okay. Kalau tadi kita belajar dari perspektifnya industri telekomunikasi, saat ini dari industri transportasi ya Pak, silakan.
Ya, saya mau mengundang our esteemed panelist. Pertama adalah Bapak Andreas Diantoro, Managing Director SAP Indonesia. Yang kedua adalah Bapak Prasetyo, Direktur Strategi dari PT Pelindo Persero. Gua di tengah deh. Ya. Dan yang last but not least adalah Bapak Irfan Setiaputra, Presiden, ya, Presiden dan Direktur Utama dari PT Garuda Indonesia. So Kunta, you can sit here. So bisa silakan duduk Bapak-bapak.
Let's take a seat. Yeah. That's a hot seat. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you Kunta for your presentation, and because we outnumber you 4-1 here, so we are going to speak on Indonesian, but we also want to still speak with English with you.
Sure.
Yeah. So I would start this discussion. Thank you Kunta for your presentation. We have seen the value that generative AI and AI can bring in the supply chain industry, especially also in the transport industry. And then I want to kickstart this with a question to you on how do you start? How do you implement those guardrails for us to be able to get a trusted data and to be able to trust the AI that it really can help us?
Yeah, I think the best way is to set a foundation, right? And the foundation has three parts to it. One is the policies that we put in place, and we make sure that we agree on the policies and we know how to implement those policies, number one. Number two, you talked about trusted data sources. So we really want to ingest the right data, whether it be organizational data or external data. We want to be able to know exactly what data we're using for the Gen AI models. And then the third thing, especially that's relevant to supply chain and procurement, is that we do a lot of predictive analysis. So we want to, the models that we're using are tested. I mean, we've been using models for many years, and there are some very good models. So we need to know that these are the models that we're using for predictive analysis, and these are the type of responses we would get, so that when we embed them within our workflows, we know about what kind of biases or what kind of responses we will get from those models.
Okay, thank you, Kunta. So again, I will switch to Indonesian, Kunta. So sekarang pertanyaannya buat Pak Andreas. Pak Andreas, SAP itu udah membantu industri yang kompleks di Indonesia ini, industri yang kompleks ya, Garuda, Pelindo semuanya pakai SAP juga gitu ya, pakai SAP juga. Dan sekarang SAP mulai ada di spotlight nih tentang AI. SAP mengeluarkan digital assistant namanya Joule gitu ya. Terus kemudian juga SAP ya bekerja sama salah satunya dengan IBM Watson X nanti akan ada di dalam produk-produknya SAP. That's in the news juga. Nah, pertanyaan saya Pak Andreas, apa strategi SAP terutama di bidang AI ini untuk bisa membantu industri-industri yang makin lama makin kompleks sekarang seperti Pelindo dan Garuda ini, dan juga gimana caranya SAP ensuring bahwa data-data, kembali lagi, AI itu segala dalam tanda kutip kemudaratannya AI itu enggak terlalu nampak gitu Pak.
Tidak nampak, nggak boleh terlalu nampak. Oke, terima kasih Andrian. Nama saya Andreas Diantoro. Pada dasarnya Joule itu bisa disebut Copilot, bisa disebut AI Concierge, bisa disebut AI Assistant. Dan Joule, J-O-U-L-L-E, itu adalah generative AI-nya versi SAP yang akan diimplan di semua produk SAP yang bersifat cloud. Dari ERP-nya, dari finance, dari HR, dari procurement, end-to-end, semuanya nanti akan ada Joule-nya. Sehingga tadi one of the issues yang was raised by that gentleman over there from Indosat is the disintegration of data or the silo. Dengan adanya Joule ini, those disintegration data will go away because Joule will do the work for you. The way you will ask your assistant, the way you will ask your finance people, the way you ask for all data analysts, Joule can do the job for you and adding value to your business operation. Nah, Joule sendiri is running on three different strategy. Not three different strategy, relevant strategy. There are 3 R. The first is reliable. The second R is relevance. The third R is responsible. Let me explain. Reliable, we have been very lucky because since 1972, we have been serving big businesses, medium businesses, as well as small businesses. And today, we are serving almost 80% of world transaction, including the transaction in Garuda, including the transaction in Pelindo. Oh yeah, sorry. Including transaksi di Garuda, Pelindo, ya, used to be Pelindo 134, sekarang just Pelindo. Jadi itu kami beruntung bahwa in the first R, reliable, kami ini melayani businesses besar, medium maupun kecil sejak 1972. Dan reliability kami karena sudah terbiasa melayani B2B, so that one is unquestionable. Nomor 2 adalah relevance. Our generative AI has had the consent to learn from 25,000, mohon maaf saya bahasa Inggris lagi nih. Orang Jogja tapi gaya Mas Mahaya ya gitu. Jadi kita punya AI ini sudah mendapatkan izin untuk mempelajari 25.000 cloud customer seluruh dunia. Jadi kita mengerti soal business complexity, soal business proses, sehingga AI kami ini akan menjadi sangat relevan untuk para penggunanya. Dan yang ketiga, do you understand what I'm talking about? A bit, okay. And the third one is actually soal reliability. Sejak 2018 kami itu sudah mempunyai AI Ethics Committee. Dan AI Ethics Committee ini bekerja sama dengan Global Ethics Committee yang berjalan berdasarkan 7 macam rule of ethics. Ini saya nggak hafal semuanya, cuman saya akan ceritakan 7 AI Ethics Guiding Principle dari SAP adalah nomor 1, we are driven by our values. Number 2, we design for people. Number 3, we enable business beyond bias. Just now you say about bias. Number 4, we strive for transparency and integrity in all that we do. Number 5, we uphold quality and safety standard, that's given. Number 6, we place data protection and privacy at our core. That's learning from our B2B experience. And number 7, last one, we engage with the wider societal challenges of AI. I hope I answer your question, Mas Andrian.
Terima kasih Pak Andreas, terima kasih. Oke, jadi memang menarik. Jadi untuk membuat satu AI itu bisa dipercaya, gitu ya. Kita memang kemudian kita membuat perusahaan seperti SAP, seperti IBM. We need to expose our processes, kita perlu expose prosesnya kita ke customer-customer kita supaya ya thought process yang dilakukan oleh IBM, SAP, dan AWS dan lain-lain itu semuanya bisa dilihat. Nah sekarang kita ke sisi dari customer kami nih Pak. Pertama buat Pak Prasetyo nih dari Pelindo. Nah kita melihatkan Pak ya AI, teknologi maju ini akan menjadi katalis buat ya mempropel Pelindo to the next level berkaitan dengan ya sekarang Pelindo sudah merger, ada ratusan sampai ribuan port yang di manage, terus kemudian volume traffic yang makin meningkat. Nah, tapi yang saya ingin tanyakan adalah apa yang Pelindo siapkan Pak in terms of your organization untuk bisa memanfaatkan teknologi dan kemajuan AI ini.
Ya, thank you Pak Ardian, terima kasih. Seperti kita ketahui bahwa saat ini Pelindo sudah merger sejak Oktober 2021. Jadi Pelindo ini reborn. Ini merupakan strategi kita untuk facing the future. Kalau kita mau ngomong future, kalau dulu future itu diidentikan dengan sesuatu yang VUCA, tapi sekarang ini kan sudah beralih, it's not longer VUCA anymore. Sekarang sudah ke BANI. BANI kan singkatan juga retail, yaitu sesuatu yang rapuh ya. Kemudian anxious atau sesuatu yang mencemaskan. Kemudian non-linear dan incomprehensible. Nah ini yang harus kita hadapi. Ketidakmenentuan ke masa depan ini yang harus kita hadapi, maka strateginya salah satunya dengan merger. Nah yang penting bukan hanya mergernya, tetapi what next-nya. Karena apa yang dilakukan setelah merger ini sangat-sangat penting. Karena ini untuk bisa menjamin sustainable Pelindo. Nah kita atau Pelindo ini harus melakukan transformasi. Transformasinya melalui apa? Nah, transformasi di bidang people, proses, dan teknologi. Nah, in term of teknologi ini pasti kita harus melakukan atau mengimplementasikan digitalisasi. Tentunya digitalisasi ini membantu untuk bagaimana kita menyederhanakan bisnis proses. Ya kalau bisa dibilang kita harus think simple dan simplify things. Ya. Karena target utama dari Pelindo merger ini sebenarnya adalah bagaimana Pelindo ini bisa melakukan efisiensi di segala kegiatan usahanya. Jadi efisiensi ini yang menjadikan target utamanya. Efisiensi is the king bagi kami sekarang ini. Nah, in terms of implementasi AI, ini memang kita sudah ada roadmap IT-nya, roadmap transformasinya sudah ada, jadi memang kita nanti ke depannya kita akan mengimplementasikan AI. Tapi saat ini sebenarnya sudah ada embrio-embrio AI di kegiatan usaha kita. Kita ada automatic RTG di Semarang, kemudian juga di Kuala Tanjung, ada di Teluk Lamong. Jadi satu operator ini bisa mengoperasikan 3 sampai 4 cranes. Kemudian juga di Semarang bahkan kita tinggal masukkan data, cranes-nya bekerja sendiri untuk melakukan bongkar muat di lapangan. Nah, ini kedepannya kita pasti akan menuju ke sana dan kita sudah ada master plan IT kita yang menuju ke sana. Cuman sekali lagi yang penting itu adalah efisiensi. Bagaimana kita bisa melayani customer secara efisien. Ya. Mungkin automation itu di Eropa itu akan lebih efisien dibandingkan dengan konvensional. Ya, automation more efficient comparing with the conventional operation ya in Europe or in other country. But in Indonesia, otomasi ini mungkin bisa dikatakan lebih mahal dibandingkan dengan konvensional. Kenapa? Karena labor cost kita lebih murah dibandingkan automation cost. Tetapi tentunya kita seperti saya sampaikan tadi di master plan IT kita tetap akan menuju ke sana dan transformasi ini terus berjalan. Beberapa platform kita, beberapa layanan-layanan kita sudah mengimplementasikan digitalisasi. Contohnya di marine services, kemudian di kita juga beruntung juga kita sudah bekerja sama dengan SAP untuk single ERP-nya. Nah, ini tentunya akan terus kita dorong akhirnya menjadi sebuah AI ke depannya. Nah, yang diperlukan bagi Pelindo selaku port operators, kita mengoperasikan 126 port in Indonesia, yaitu adalah kalau kita melayani customer itu pasti ada 3. What customer need itu ada 3 bagi saya. Bagaimana customer itu dijamin delivery on time. Yang kedua, safety dan security-nya. Yang ketiga, reasonable price. Nah, bagaimana customer itu dijamin 3 hal tersebut. Nah, ini yang dalam kita mengimplementasikan nanti ke depannya AI itu harus bisa menjamin ketiga hal tersebut dan kuncinya sekali lagi adalah efisiensi. Yang kedua adalah efisiensi, ketiga adalah efisiensi. Nah, bagaimana dengan efisiensi itu bisa didapatkan, yaitu dengan adanya keakurasi data, kemudian keamanan data, karena saat ini kita pasti dimanapun menghadapi cyber attack. Bagaimana data tersebut bisa tersecure dengan baik. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah bagaimana kita bisa menyederhanakan bisnis proses yang ada. Nah, ini yang fungsi AI adalah itu. Bagaimana bisnis proses ini disimplify sehingga kita achieve untuk efisiensi. Nah, di goal akhirnya kita secara operational KPI kita achieve, secara financial KPI kita juga achieve, dan secara komersial KPI kita juga achieve. Kira-kira itu, Pak Adrian.
Ya.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Pras. Menarik ya, bahwa ya AI, otomasi yang ada di sana, ya kalau saya lihat jadi kayak ada kearifan lokalnya gitu Pak. Tetap ada yang buat apa yang bisa jalan di Eropa, belum tentu bisa jalan di Indonesia, mesti kita lihat nanti, betul. Nah, buat berikutnya pertanyaan ke Pak Irfan nih Pak. Kita tahu Garuda baru saja menyelesaikan restrukturisasinya sampai tahun 2022 kemarin. Nah, apa yang Bapak lihat sebagai peran teknologi, terutama dalam AI? Karena setelah ini kan Garuda setelah selesai restrukturisasi giliran terbang Pak ya, seharusnya katanya kan tinggal landas kalau ingat dulu istilahnya gitu. So, menurut Bapak apa peran teknologi khususnya seperti AI dan generative AI ini untuk akselerasi dari terbangnya Garuda ini Pak, supaya ya untuk mencapai kinerja yang penuh yang sesuai yang diinginkan?
Ya, terima kasih. Yang pertama, I think we are too serious nih. Tegang semuanya, duduk rapi, manis. Ini menunjukkan juga zaman, Bapak Ibu sekalian, zaman dulu SAP diperkenalkan di Indonesia gitu kan. Nggak ada yang berani nyentuh SAP kan, semuanya menghindari gitu kan. Saya agak khawatir bahwa ketika kita diskusi AI ini, diskusi yang mungkin hanya diminati oleh para direktur IT, CEO seperti saya, ini sebenarnya nggak pantas duduk di sini Pak. Ya kan, karena ini bukan domain saya langsung. Tapi berhubung karena dulu saya pernah kerja di IBM dan Abraham Thomas yang hari ini berulang tahun ke-61. Happy birthday, he used to be my boss during those time. Jadi ketika saya bisa jadi dirut Garuda itu karena saya memutuskan keluar dari IBM. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian dan teman-teman IBM khususnya consulting, saya pikir kita mesti agak lebih look forward how kita mempromot dan mendiskusikan soal AI ini. Ini it's getting too serious. Seolah-olah barang ini barang yang hanya orang-orang pintar, orang-orang ahli seperti Andreas saja yang boleh menyentuh gitu kan. Andreas ini, saya mohon maaf, saya kenal lama beliau gitu, jadi dia ini masuk satu perusahaan, mimpin perusahaan itu, dia punya passion yang lebih besar daripada orang-orang yang udah lama di perusahaan itu gitu kan. Menakjubkan how he's doing sales ya. SAP padahal dulu dia nggak mau pakai, sekarang dia jualan SAP, gila-gila dia, Pak Andreas ya? Ampun. Dulu dia juga tidak pernah pakai Microsoft, dia pakai bajakan, habis itu. See guys, Bapak Ibu sekalian, relax lah. Ini materi yang serius, jangan dihadapi terlalu serius. Karena akhirnya orang-orang ujungnya akan menghindari. Saya mempelajari AI itu tahun 83, ketika kuliah informatika. Dan saya geleng-geleng kepala, ini nggak masuk akal gitu kan. Nah kalau ditanya soal, jadi ladies and gentlemen, please relax. Let's discuss serious matter with smile. Sama kayak waktu Garuda kita menyelesaikan restrukturisasi yang tidak mungkin kita setiap hari gembira. Karena itu salah satu syarat untuk menyelesaikan masalah, Anda mesti bahagia dan gembira. Untuk bisa menyelesaikan masalah-masalah dalam perusahaan maupun dalam hidup Anda. Jangan terlalu serius seperti Andreas. Memang penjualannya meningkat, tapi Anda lihat he's getting older than me. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau melihat case-nya Garuda, kami ini memang kebetulan gak terlalu beruntung dibandingkan teman-teman telekomunikasi, bank, investment company yang pada waktu COVID tidak masalah. Malah mendapatkan windfall. Kita ini struggling, jadi kalau Anda tanya soal AI, pada waktu kita dalam proses restrukturisasi, jangankan ngomong AI, ngomong SAP aja nggak mungkin. Mau makan, apakah besok gajian aja masih bertanya-tanya kita. Terus ngapain juga ngomong AI gitu kan ya, jadi ya, itu ada ketertinggalan yang signifikan di beberapa industri soal deployment atau implementasi artificial intelligence. Tapi mereka yang berhasil melewati ini termasuk Garuda, memang salah satu di mindset kita adalah kalau kita lewati restrukturisasi situasi ini dan berhasil melewati kita ini mesti jadi sebuah perusahaan yang berbeda. Karena kalau kita perusahaan yang sama kayak seperti sebelum bermasalah, terus ngapain menyelesaikan masalah kan? Saya mau analogi tapi nggak cocok lah di forum ini, tapi ya sudahlah. Janganlah Anda selesaikan masalah terus kemudian ujungnya hasilnya sama aja gitu. Karena pasti nanti akan menimbulkan masalah lagi. So kita memang dari awal berazam untuk kemudian kalau kita bisa lewati ini, kita a different company. Oleh sebab itu Bapak Ibu sekalian mungkin kalau lihat Garuda kita sangat fokus today ke customer rather than talking about operation airline segala macam, karena kebetulan dirutnya nggak ngerti airlines. Tapi dirutnya yaitu saya 55 tahun terbang. Dan saya understand sekali bahwa yang namanya maskapai itu sebenarnya nggak pernah peduli kok sama penumpang. Dia bikin bisnis kelas itu karena dia peduli sama bisnis kelas dia. Dia pikir itu menyenangkan. Bagaimana ceritanya bisnis kelas itu menyenangkan buat orang seperti saya dengan ketinggian 190 dan kalau mesti tidur huruf L. Ya, di salah satu kompetitor kita gitu kan ya. Jadi kita akan sangat fokus. Yang kedua, kenapa semua maskapai itu selalu di dalam ikannya selalu ada pramugarinya kan, ya kan? Semua. Ada yang menyebutkan nama negaranya girls gitu kan. Anda perhatikan Garuda ke depan kita dan berapa tahun ini sudah tidak lagi memunculkan iklan-iklan dengan para pramugari kita. Karena biasanya ini menjebak karena pasti di foto-foto di pramugari Garuda itu kan pasti yang muda, yang cantik, yang tinggi, yang putih, very sexist. Very sexist. Faktanya kan enggak. Ya kan? Teman-teman yang naik bisnis kelas kan itu budenya pramugari kan? Anda mesti tahu, Anda mesti tahu kita memang sengaja meletakkan yang senior di bisnis kelas untuk menyelamatkan para bapak-bapak di depan istri masing-masing gitu. Jadi itu. Tapi sejak beberapa tahun terakhir ini memang kita sudah tidak lagi menampilkan pramugari di dalam iklan atau information atau apapun di Garuda. Karena hanya 2 industri Bapak Ibu sekalian yang menampilkan perempuan. 1 airlines, kedua panti pijat. So kalau kita mau menghormati perempuan ya kita mesti respect the women kan. So we are not putting stewards picture anymore. Because we are not selling girls. Bapak Ibu, Bapak-Bapak, terutama Bapak-Bapak, itu kan juga kemudian memilih satu maskapai dengan, wah cantik-cantik pramugarinya, Anda kan halusinasi. Begitu masuk juga nggak berani, apalagi ada istri. So, kita memang akhirnya akan fokus ke customer dan AI ini memang ada beberapa hal yang kita mau fokuskan, orientasi kita untuk bring different and fabulous experience for our customer. Ya. Soal back end, soal efisiensi, we let Andreas tim lah handle ya, bos. Ya. He's the master, dia bisa bicara dan eksekusi itu berjam-jam sehari, let him do that lah. He's the master ini. Tapi customer experience is my call. Customer fantastic, different experience is my call gitu kan. So yang pertama yang sudah kita lakukan, karena kita mau berbeda dan mau cepat, kita sudah langsung masuk ke dynamic pricing. Tapi yang sebenarnya yang mau kita arahkan lebih adalah personalisasi lah, apalah. Personalisasi. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini yang memang menjadi challenge terbesar hari ini buat kami, karena kami punya banyak data dan punya data yang lengkap. Misalnya Pak Yun, kalau bepergian itu selalu bersama istri. Senangnya duduk di business class nomor 7. Pak Yun selalu di gang, istrinya selalu di window, ya kan? Kita tahu istrinya mau coba lihat apakah Pak Yun coba bicara banyak dengan pramugari kita. Ya. Tapi kita tahu juga pada hari yang sama, pada penerbangan yang sama, selalu ada satu yang di belakang gitu duduk sendirian dan menuju tempat yang sama gitu. Ini jadi problem karena it's about privacy Bapak Ibu sekalian kan. Jadi ini nanti kita mungkin bisa diskusi lebih banyak. Tapi tadi Andreas dan teman-teman yang lain menjelaskan soal data privacy ini sangat mengental. Jadi kita memang akan mau lebih lihat ke personal. Artinya Anda terbang, Anda mungkin punya pilihan jam terbang. Anda punya pilihan duduk di mana. Anda punya pilihan tidak boleh mau terbang di mana, tidak mau terbang di mana. Dan ini makin mengental, banyak Bapak Ibu sekalian hari ini kita banyak sekali menerima request untuk bisa dapat tempat duduk, tapi tolong pastikan sini nggak ada di pesawat yang sama gitu kan. Maklumlah ada persaingan yang ketat soal pilpres dan kampanye ini gitu kan ya. Saya ada diskusi internal gitu, saya bilang kalau nyampe ke saya dudukin sebelah-sebelahan gitu kan. Buat kami silaturahmi itu jauh lebih penting dari siapapun presidennya gitu kan. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, untuk menjawab pertanyaan itu, kami beruntung bahwa kita mengalami masa susah, karena anak yang bisa lari itu biasanya terjatuh dulu kan. Bukan mau mengatakan Telkom karena nggak pernah terjatuh bakal susah, enggak gitu, bukan itu maksud saya. Tapi kami tahu persis rasanya jatuh dan rasanya berdiri. Dan kami pengen berdiri ini dengan berbeda, dan karena saya pernah kerja di IBM, mantan atasan saya, very fantastic boss. Yang kedua saya, background saya IT. I think we should differentiate Garuda compared to the others through IT, tapi bukan yang menghilangkan engagement dengan customer. Jadi jangan salah paham Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita bukan mau automate semuanya sehingga Anda nggak bisa berinteraksi dengan teman-teman di Garuda, tapi kita mau use IT untuk lebih mengeratkan hubungan kita dengan customer. I can talk for another 2 hours, but all of you are too serious.
Saya speechless, Pak. Terima kasih sekali atas engagement dari Pak Pras, Pak Irfan, Pak Andreas, and Kunta. Thank you very much for your engagement. AI will give you, akan memberikan kita banyak value, tapi kembali lagi ada hal yang harus diperhatikan. Semuanya kita sudah mendengar dari bapak-bapak ini apa yang perlu diperhatikan. Jadi saya tutup diskusi ini. Terima kasih atas kesediaan bapak-bapak ada di sini, Pak Andreas, Pak Irfan, Pak Prasetyo, dan Kunta. Thank you very much for your attention.
Alright, thank you Bapak Andrian Purnama. Kita berfoto terlebih dahulu ya. Biar bapak-bapak ini menjadi obat buat kita semua. Alright, Mrs. Gunta, do you mind to take picture first with this gentleman? Alright. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Andrian Purnama selaku moderator. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Irfan dari Garuda Indonesia, Bapak Prasetyo dari PT Pelabuhan Indonesia, dan juga dari SAP ada Bapak Andreas. Yay, do the, oh. Sorry. Let's do the chit chat. Alright. Ya, oh. Jago jadi model-model ternyata ya. Baik, boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan lagi Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian. Thank you so much for the sharing and also the experience and what's matter for the generative AI. Ya, 3 jam kemudian. Andrian, thank you so much Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian. Tadi ya sangat menarik sekali dari segi customer experience dan apa sih yang perlu jadi obat. Jadi jangan serius-serius walaupun kita banyak bahas tentang teknologi, dan yang paling penting tadi juga engagement ya, walaupun semuanya otomatisasi, teknologi, proses, tapi people-nya juga jangan sampai dilupakan. Baik Bapak Ibu, kita lanjut lagi. Kalau tadi dari segi customer experience, sekarang kita mau dengar dari sisinya CEO Bapak Ibu sekalian. Bagaimana seorang CEO melihat ya Bapak Ibu mengenai tentunya hal-hal strategi customers dan juga employee. So for the next session it's about value explodes when generative AI meets experience, yang akan disampaikan oleh Bapak Dr. Omar Anwar selaku Executive Chairman IBM Global Sales. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Dr. Omar.
Oke, selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu semuanya. I'm going to speak in Bahasa, so forgive me if you don't understand. Maybe you can ask your neighbor in your next seat. Perkenalkan, saya Omar, gabung di IBM baru 90 hari. Saya bukan orang teknologi, nggak tahu sama sekali, tapi sudah malang melintang di berbagai industri. Paling lama di financial services, dari banking, fund management, asuransi, terus habis itu ada capital market, pasar modal juga, dan seterusnya habis itu di oil and gas, kurang lebih 8-9 tahun sama mining, dan yang terakhir di teknologi. Mudah-mudahan bisa sharing ya dengan Bapak dan Ibu semuanya. Bapak dan Ibu tolong sabar sedikit, ini waktu sudah hampir 11:30, udah hampir makan siang. Saya akan membawakan perspektifnya dari seorang pimpinan perusahaan. Baik itu perusahaan yang besar, perusahaan yang menengah maupun yang kecil ya. Apa saja sih yang akan dibawakan, what are the thought process that goes through when you are encountering AI. Tadi Pak Irfan membawakannya dengan amat sangat jenaka. Mungkin kita agak serius sedikit ya sekarang ya, karena ini presentasi kurang lebih 5-10 menit. Baik, oke, mari kita lihat statistiknya ya, sama-sama ya. Dan ini disampaikan bahwa harus reinvent bisnis model. Jadi kalau kita di perusahaan perbankan, for example ya, 75% dari survei yang menyatakan bahwa direktur utamanya mereka akan menghadapi satu disrupsi. Setelah COVID, tadi Pak Prasetyo sampaikan tentang VUCA, sekarang ada AI. Terus apalagi impact-nya? Saya nggak akan baca satu persatu. Yang paling nyata, yaitu disampaikan bahwa digital transformation drive the business outcome. Teknologi leader itu 5 kali akan lebih cepat di depan. Nah, di sini ada konsep dari McKinsey yang namanya first mover advantage. Jadi siapa yang adopsi terlebih dahulu, tentunya akan melesat jauh di depan. Kalau kita memakai strategi last mover advantage, mungkin kita akan ketinggalan, tapi masih tetap bisa catch up. Oke. Apabila Bapak dan Ibu di perusahaan masing-masing, besar, menengah, maupun kecil, bicara tentang transformasi, tidak ada hal yang lebih mendasar daripada kita harus masukkan juga konsep yang namanya generative AI. 92% dari organisasi seluruh dunia will have generative AI in production within the next year. Indonesia baru di tahap awal. Saya pengalamannya ketemu dengan perusahaan-perusahaan besar, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, mereka sudah menuju ke sana dan mereka sudah memiliki jalan untuk melakukan dan memasukkan AI dalam komponen bisnis transformasinya. Oke, kita tahu bahwa ChatGPT, Bapak dan Ibu semuanya pakai ChatGPT kan ya? Kalau saya tadi mau menghadap Pak Irfan ini kolega lama. Kalau saya kerja di Garuda mau menghadap Pak Irfan menguasai semuanya, tentu saya akan tanya ChatGPT ya. Bagaimana preparation untuk menghadap seorang bos. Dan itu amat sangat membantu sekali. Nah, ini adalah kalimat yang amat sangat penting. Disrupsi akan mengubah design experience. Ya, tadi strategi besarnya, ingat ya, first mover advantage versus last mover advantage. Kalau kita lompat yang pertama kali, dibanding dengan perusahaan yang kedua tentunya akan jauh jaraknya dari sisi capability dan juga financial metrics-nya. Tadi sudah saya sampaikan tentang strategi, mari kita masuk tentang pengalamannya. Ini adalah survei-survei yang dilakukan secara global, 62% Gen AI itu akan revolutionize, akan disrupsi bagaimana organization akan didesain. Yang paling penting, dan ini sudah saya bicara-bicara sama top management team ya dari perbankan baik itu private maupun yang BUMN, personalisasi ini adalah amat sangat penting. Kalau kita lihat contoh saya nasabah Bank Mandiri, saya ingin datang ke cabang, saya ingin ketemu dengan pimpinan cabang, apakah mereka mengetahui saya lebih dalam lagi? Apakah mereka mengetahui my life event? Dan sudah sampai di tahap mana produk-produk maupun layanan yang sudah disampaikan ke saya? Atau mereka ignore sama sekali? Personalisasi Bapak dan Ibu semuanya. Nah, yang berikutnya adalah bagaimana organisasi akan mencapai ke satu transformasi Gen AI yang menyeluruh. Rupanya dari survei hanya 56%. Ya, 44% yang tahu, 56% tidak tahu, kurang lebih setengah-setengah. Nah, disinilah nilai dari IBM Consulting untuk kita membantu Bapak dan Ibu semuanya. Oke, apa yang harus dilakukan oleh direktur utama atau top management team atau direksi atau kepala divisi atau middle management team? Find the friction, di mana prosesnya memang lamban dari sisi turnaround time, dari sisi menghadapi dan melayani nasabahnya, dan eliminate it. Kurangin semuanya, hapuskan semuanya, lakukan transformasi. Kalau tadi bicara dengan Ibu Sinta, bagaimana sih kalau di BRI? Lakukan dengan konsep PMO, dengan Project Management Office. Okay? Prioritize everything proprietary, don't create your own problem. Yang kita harapkan adalah amat sangat simple, kita di IBM tadi sudah disampaikan tentang Ask My HR, Dan itu memang capability-nya apapun yang kita tanyakan tentang human resources, jawabannya ada di AI tersebut. Jadi saya sebagai karyawan IBM tidak harus telepon HR head saya di Indonesia, tapi cukup masuk, menanyakan pertanyaannya, dan akan keluar kurang lebih jawaban-jawabannya. Ini dari sisi customer. Kalau dari sisi customer sebenarnya ada dua hal ya. Yang pertama itu trust. Datanya itu benar atau tidak. Data yang akan dibuat transformasi satu bisnis proses, apakah itu sudah sesuai atau tidak. Apakah juga akan capture elemen-elemen dari nasabah satu persatunya. Ya, Generative AI Adoption for Customer Chatbot, kita lagi ada proyek dengan salah satu institusi pemerintah yang akan memasukkan elemen Generative AI ke dalam chatbotnya. Nanti apabila ada orang asing yang akan terbang ke Indonesia, kita akan masukkan elemen-elemen untuk chatbot supaya orang-orang asing yang apply visa, itu mereka akan lebih puas dengan layanannya karena jawabannya tetap ada. AI Adoption for Customer Outreach, Ethics dan Outperformance Leaders Wants Radical Trust. Ini adalah elemen yang basic. Ya, ethical journey adalah amat sangat penting. Jadi data apabila sudah dimasukkan, data tersebut memang sudah compromise atau damage, hasilnya pun juga tidak optimal. Nah, di sini pentingnya kalau di Westin X IBM, kita memiliki modul yang namanya data governance, di mana rambu-rambunya sudah ada built-in sesuai dengan keinginan para institusi maupun korporasinya. Oke. Dari sisi karyawan, kebanyakan kalau saya baca survei dari artikel-artikel tentang AI, pertanyaan utama adalah apakah karyawan dan karyawati itu akan redundant? Jawabannya adalah tidak. Chairman dan juga CEO, grup CEO dari IBM menyatakan bahwa yang akan redundant kemungkinan besar adalah karyawan dan karyawati yang tidak mengetahui atau tidak memakai AI. Tapi yang memakai AI tentunya akan lebih relevan dari sisi job desk-nya Bapak dan Ibu semuanya. Oke, saya menyampaikan di sini ada employee concern, adopting new technology. Tentunya kita sebagai karyawan harus reinvent ourselves ya. Saya udah pindah-pindah puluhan kali dan selalu reinvent myself untuk upgrade my skill, upgrade my knowledge, supaya saya bisa mendeliver satu performance yang baik untuk perusahaan. Nah ini ini tentang bagaimana seorang pimpinan juga menyampaikan bahwa the ultimate change management tool itu adalah bagaimana kita membuat operating modelnya. Bisnis proses yang amat sangat simple, kalau kita memulai dengan satu contoh yang amat sangat simple itu sebenarnya dari human resources ya, atau business procurement atau bagian legal ya, yang formatnya begitu banyak. Kalau kita masukkan dan overlay Gen AI dalam proses tersebut, akan amat sangat mudah dengan hasilnya. Oke, ini slide terakhir. Pesan dari kami di IBM Indonesia adalah change and transformation yang ada elemen AI-nya tidak akan terjadi apabila tidak ada change management. Change management itu adalah orang-orang, karyawan-karyawati, organisasi yang terlibat dalam bisnis proses dari awal sampai akhir. I'm going to read this, get your teams hands-on with Gen AI culture change, meet the business and employees where they are, experience is everything, and be serious about data governance. Dan kita akan tekankan di sini bahwa data governance amat sangat kritikal untuk sukses mentransformasi satu organisasi dan juga satu proses flow yang dimana data yang dihasilkan itu adalah data yang bonafide. Sekian dari saya, terima kasih atas perhatiannya.
Terima kasih kepada Dr. Omar, please remain on stage Pak. untuk sesi diskusi panel. For this panel discussion, the third one is with banking industry, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. J. Jagadisent, as Senior Partner Business Transformation Services Leader, IBM Consulting ASEAN. Let's give a big round of applause. Please, sir, the stage is yours.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody, and well done, Pak Omar. It was a very inspiring presentation, very insightful. I say that because I've been wearing this translator since morning, and I will continue to do that as during the panel. So this next segment is a panel discussion on the role of generative AI in creating better experiences for customers and employees. Please take your seat here. We'll do it slightly differently. I'll sit in the corner this time. And for this segment, I'm honored to welcome on stage two distinguished guests from the banking industry in Indonesia. First, I would like to welcome Pak Rudi Tanjung, Director of Consumer Banking at DBS, Indonesia. Welcome, Pak. Thank you. Please. Secondly, I'd like to welcome Ibu Shinta Indriati, Senior Executive Vice President for IT Strategy and Governance at BRI. Thank you. Welcome, please. Thank you for joining me on stage today for this panel. Firstly, I'd like to start with you, Bu Shinta. We heard Pak Omar present about generative AI and equate it to a seismic shock when it comes to experiences. The question to you is, how specifically do you see generative AI shaking the world of experiences in your industry? And feel free to, keep changing between English and Bahasa, it's okay.
Okay, thank you, Jay. So, good morning, everyone. So I'm Shinta Indriati, I'm from BRI. So, I should say that generative AI is revolutionary, changing the way people interact with the computers. And it is radically changing user experience. Yeah, we still remember the time when ChatGPT being launched last year. And then as user is increasingly expecting output from the natural language prompt. And I still remember that even in BRI, the customers using a chatbot, Sabrina, they are not getting back to the conventional interaction, actually. Me, myself, I really love doing interaction with the customer service, yeah. I don't really like facing people and doing a phone call, something like that. So by the time they are starting enjoying this kind of interaction, they are increasingly expecting this in all products and services they are using. And they expecting more and more in these features and conversational interactions. So by the time, at this point, if we are failing providing the easy to use interaction or conversational interaction like this, so it will deliver very low user satisfactions. So it is very critical. By the time we are introducing this kind of technology, we should do it a very resilient solution. And then when we see from the perspective of the potential risks, we can see that this is a very increased risk of being biased and also inaccuracy and also non-compliant output. So this kind of thing actually we can exercise by monitoring and evaluating the output from the generative AI. Because sometimes people just accepting the output from generative AI without even questioning, and then we just have to exercise more and more, so the solution becoming more reliable. And then from the third perspective, because I'm from IT, so I know a lot of people from the UX professionals, user experience professionals. We have so many professionals in my company at this time. So this is a kind of shifting the way they will work. Because the low order tasks, just like wireframing, screen design, and then copywriting, it will be generated automatically by the generative AI. So they don't have to do that anymore, but they should upskilling their skill set, to be more focused on becoming more strong in the creative thinking, design strategy, and prompt design skill. So something like that. It's a kind of shifting the role of the UX professional so they can do their role more relevant in this generative AI era.
Thank you, Bushinta. In fact, within IBM, we keep saying this, that a user's experience baseline is the most recent best experience they have had across industries, whether they're buying a ticket on an airline online or whether they're reserving a seat at the table in a restaurant, etc. But your answer is a good segue for my next question to Parudi. Parudi, what in your opinion are the most important issues to be addressed when looking into implementing generative AI in an organization?
Selamat pagi. Good morning, everyone. Just like Pak Omar put the disclaimer earlier, I'm also not an IT person, more on the business side. But I guess a couple of things when we look at a couple of issues to address when we try to implement generative AI. Because number one, banking is a very highly regulated industry, so governance is very important. So we don't want to mess around with that, and no offense to the regulators if happen to be here. But I guess one, data privacy, I think we have to making sure that we are compliant with that. And I think number two, also the ethical implementation of it. So I think that's because banking is a trust business. Once the trust is gone, you're basically gone from the competition, right? So that's coming from the governance part. Technically, again, this is like garbage in, garbage out. So the bias when you make a model, it's always there, right? If you don't get the right model. So potential bias from the model is one, and I think the integration, and I think Ibu Sinta probably have that experience, trying to integrate it from end to end, it's going to be a challenge as well. And I think nonetheless, the latest one, financially, you have to make sure that you can afford it because this is part of the experimentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa. Actually, you're right. Explainability, ethics, bias, these are all cornerstones of any generative AI program. Progressing on the same lines, Pa Omar, I have a question for you. What are the key considerations for organizations in ensuring that their generative AI models operate within certain guardrails?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jai. Like Pak Rudy said, because the financial industry is highly regulated, I think internally some of the guardrails that needs to be consciously embedded and plus also implemented are the governance aspect. And the governance aspect is very pervasive, meaning it touches the internal side of the organization, plus also the external laws, regulation. There's OJK regulation, there's consumer protection regulation, there's the data privacy regulation that we need to be conscious of. So it's very important when you choose the path of generative AI to implement to your customer base, that aspect is is being highly considered. Similar to Pak Rudy, financial services industry is a trust business. Once the trust is broken, it's going to be very costly to regain the trust back.
Thank you, Bob. I mean, we talked about governance. I just want to explore a little bit on the people aspect. So Bhushinta, I'll come back to you with a question. What do you think organizations need to do in taking employees on this journey of generative AI?
Okay, maybe in terms of people, I think I would like to give a bit of information as the context, how BRI embracing this AI journey. We started a bit early in 2019, and in 2020 we started to participate in the formulation in the part of the team to formulate the Indonesia national strategy of AI for Indonesia 2020-2045, and we led the working group for industry research and innovation at that time, and then and we also have this BRI. So we have a flagship of our product. So this is an AI-based solution. We call it BRI. This is a kind of BRI AI-enabled center of brain, yeah. And this is a kind of the central of our digital transformation strategy, bring up since 2017. Data analytics and AI becoming the orchestration of the physical and digital capabilities that we combine, so we can leverage the extensive physical footprint of BRI with digital capabilities, and then with the team itself. So we have a BRI Center of Excellence established in 2020, and right now it is being led by a PhD in applied AI. And we also have this research innovation collaboration with the universities. So this is a kind of aligned with the G20 agenda to have this developed Indonesia digital talent, especially in the data science, machine learning and AI. And the purpose is to accelerate the value innovation in AI, and also to leverage the talent pool, the AI-ready talent pool. So with this research collaboration, actually we have the purpose, we have the area of interest, part of it is generative AI interests. And then for the initiative in BRI regarding the generative AI, we are doing the improvement of our Sabrina chatbot, and also a lot of things related to productive initiatives such as office work automation and automated content generation for our marketing communication activities. Yeah, so we are doing a lot of things for this, and also we built our team very seriously, and then regarding the previous, I mentioned about the shifting of the role of the UX professional, we also upskill the team as well, and we enable the UX professional to encourage the experimentation. So it is very important, just like previously explained. So we have a lot of exploration actually, because we are, just like mentioned before, we are in the industry of a strictly regulation industry. So we have a lot of exploration. So if you see that not really a lot of things happening in our production for generative AI, but in the back office initiatives, we have a lot of things happening in our initiatives, yeah. And for the encouragement of the people or our employee using AI, actually we also need to govern them with the policy, and also the what is that, the guidelines, yeah. And we need to communicate specifically about the concerns surrounding security concern, transparency concern, and also with the accuracy concern. So this is very important because a lot of incidents happen because they don't really know that the data they share in the generative AI model is actually is not really secure, or even it is confidential. So this is a kind of to give them awareness, not so they don't really using the data that is not really supposed to be given to the generative AI model. So this kind of social awareness actually happen as well with our cybersecurity initiatives. So, so security and data privacy still becoming the most critical things that we should pay attention in our industry. So we need this supportive action from the employee as well. So the communication becoming very important. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to get a bit specific, Parudi. What are the low-hanging fruits to implement and benefit from generative AI in your organization?
So I think after we talk about all of the issues, challenges, indeed Gen AI have some benefit also. And I'm gonna point out or highlight three items. And I'm gonna say this from the most successful to the not so successful, at least in DBS Indonesia. I think the first one, we use Gen AI especially to nudge our dormant customer. So Pak Omar also experienced it in some banks like us. We have about 30% dormant customer on our high net worth clients. So if we have to hire RM to relationship manager, a body to literally serve them, I think it's very costly. So what we are trying to do is we try to nudge them, so wake them up, and see whether by doing so the engagement is getting higher, and hence they will do more transaction with us. So the successful rate is about 25 to 30%, which is not bad, right? So that's use case number one. Use case number two is actually on the risk management, the efficiency. We use quite a lot of Gen AI, especially for fraud detection. And that proved to be quite successful. I think the success rate is about 15 to 20%. Not much, but I think it's very useful, especially if you go to the digital banking space or retail space. And the third one is the chatbot. I think Sinta also mentioned, I don't know what's wrong with it, with us or with Indonesia, but the chatbot is not so successful. Either people would like to talk with real people, or our chatbot sucks. So I don't know which one, or maybe both. So I think we need to learn and find out what happened. But the use case of the chatbot is not that successful for Indonesia case. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pa. I think we have time for one more question, and I would like to close it out with you, Pa Omar. What is the role of organizational change management in enabling seamless generative AI within an enterprise?
Okay, thank you for the question. As with any other change in large organization, in mid-sized organization, the people element is very crucial, is very critical. So therefore, when you initiate a change, a Gen AI change, or a business process change that's laced with Gen AI, don't forget the people element, which is crucial for the usage to deliver the service experience, and plus also to make it happen. So I cannot emphasize enough a lot of failures that has happened over my experience where we were too focused on the technology aspect, but forgetting on the people element aspect. So it's a risk and reward journey, and it's not a one-time exercise. So it is a phase approach if you want to adopt Gen AI. And we are always here to help organizations and companies to make the journey less painful.
Thank you, Pa. So we've come to the end of the panel, but what we've heard is that while there are a lot of these risks that are well publicized in the world of generative AI, there are a lot of benefits for us to take from as well. And in the process, let's not forget the people element or the change management element that is a critical factor for the success of a generative AI program in any organization. So with that, I'd like to thank you sincerely for the time that you've spent here to share your invaluable insights. I'm sure many of us would like to continue the conversation over lunch. So thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Omar and Ibu Shinto. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J. And also all the panelists, let's take a picture together before we end this discussion panel. Thank you to Mr. J from IBM Consulting ASEAN. Thank you to Bapak Rudi Tanjung dari Bank DBS Indonesia. And thank you to Ibu Sinta Indriyati selaku SEVP dari PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia. Dan also Bapak Dr. Omar. No campaign today. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu. Tadi dari industri banking ya, di mana lagi-lagi rasanya faktor people menjadi hal yang bukan penting saja gitu ya Bapak Ibu, tapi justru sangat penting dalam proses teknologi yang canggih dan cepat ini dari generative AI. Dan tadi juga ada hal bagus ya, di mana AI kan game changer, tapi kalau misalnya people-nya nggak change, nggak berubah, ya nggak akan terjadi ya adopsi teknologi ini. Baik Bapak Ibu, selanjutnya kita akan lebih tahu mengenai bagaimana kita membuat ini semua boleh sukses gitu ya kalau boleh dibilang. So moving forward, we will listen to a presentation on deliver the right business value for your organization. This will be presented by Mr. Scott Layton as Business Transformation Leader at IBM Consulting Asia Pacific. So without any further ado, please put your hand together to Mr. Scott Layton. You have supporters there, sir.
Yeah. And I saw my name on there, Scoot Layton. So close, it's close. That's what my mother used to call me. So, Selamat Siang, is that right? We're running a little late. I knew Selamat Pagi, so I had to learn Selamat Siang before I got up here. What I want to do is spend a little bit of time helping you understand how to scale this out. We've talked a little bit, get this right so you don't hear me breathing. We've talked a little bit, just a minute, otherwise it's going to be annoying for 10 minutes. We've talked a little bit about how to start these things, how to start Gen AI, what it is. But starting something and then making it real and scaling it for your enterprise is different. It's like learning to ride a bike and then driving a NASCAR, an F1 car. They're two totally different things. So I want to give you a little bit of a framework about how we get into this. Whoops, there we go. Everybody knows what this is? ChatGPT. How many of you have used ChatGPT? How many of you have used ChatGPT for business? Good. We'll talk later. Don't do that, okay? There's a reason we don't do that. But ChatGPT created something different. It created something very unique. It is the fastest growing consumer product ever. 100 million users in 2 months. And now that number has exploded. It's absolutely exploded. The problem is, you can't use it for business. It's like trying to fix your business problems by going to Google. You can't fix your business problems by going to ChatGPT. It has generic information. So what I want to do is give you a flavor of how to actually address those business problems and move beyond ChatGPT, move beyond the consumer space, do it in a secure, safe, reliable, repeatable, scalable way. That's what we're here to talk about. So, a few things that you need to think about when we're thinking about scaling AI. There's 5 of them. The first, you'll hear multimodal, multi-model, multi-cloud, all of these different things. Multimodal means you're going to be using different LLMs. Everybody knows what an LLM is, large language model. You're going to use different ones. You might use Llama from Meta. You might use Bedrock from Amazon. You might use ChatGPT 4 Turbo, whatever it is. Different LLMs accomplish different tasks better. IBM, of course, has their own as well, called Granite. So multi-model. Multimodal means you might be using text, video, music, images, depending on your business use case. And then the last thing is hybrid cloud. Most of your data sits in different places. So you need a way to bring all of that data together, use the right language model to interrogate that data, and then get the right output, whether it's chart, pictures, text, images, video. The second, ROI. And we'll talk about ROI and business value together. Gen AI should not be an experiment. It should not be something we do because everybody else is talking about it. It should be something that we do because we need to create productivity. We need to generate business value. And so it's critically important that when you decide where to start with your Gen AI projects, you find a place that's easy, that makes sense, that will create that value for you, but then can also scale. You have to help your business users understand where this is going to come into their business, where it's going to help change their business. The fourth is data. This is probably the most important one on the chart, because when we see Gen AI projects fail, and we've done a lot of Gen AI projects already, when they fail to scale, it's because of data. It's because we took this little fishbowl of a set of data and we experimented on it and we said, hey, that can work. And then we tried to scale it out and everything outside of that fishbowl was garbage data. So we need to make sure that we have the right data when we scale. And the last, governance. Let me deep dive a little bit on governance because this is outside of data, this is probably the most important one. So what is governance? Governance is a couple things. It's starting out with a framework of how to think about AI. How are you going to ethically treat personal data? What are you going to do with that AI? We now start seeing governments come out with policies against AI. So for example, in Europe now, you can't use AI to look at people's resumes because it will create this unfair bias. They've passed laws to prevent this. You can't use AI in some countries to do facial recognition. So there are laws now about AI and how to manage it. Likewise, in your enterprise, you need to start thinking about what should we be using AI for? What should our ethics around AI be? How do we think about that? How do we create a framework on which we can hang our AI use cases? There's a strategy behind that, and it's thinking about, the equivalent is, you say, I want to start a business tomorrow. Well, you just go stand out on the street and hope someone starts paying you money. No, you need a plan, you need a strategy, you need a way to go out and execute that. That's this governance piece, and that's the start. Because then when you start getting into it, has everybody heard of drift and hallucinations when it comes to AI? So drift is when it starts getting the answer different. With the original ChatGPT 3.5, in March, when they started tracking this stuff, they asked it a simple question, a simple math problem. Is 71,097 a prime number? 85% correct. 6 months later, they asked it the same question, 2.3% correct. That drift, because that's the thing with Gen AI, it'll give you a different answer every single time you ask. But we need it to give you the right answer every single time it asks. And so that management of ensuring that that number is correct over a period of time is called managing drift. Hallucinations are when it makes things up. So now, for example, you can go into GPT 3.5, for example, and ask it about a great episode of your favorite television show. And it might just make it up. And it'll sound reasonable, it'll sound plausible, it'll have the right characters, but it's completely fake. You can't have that with business. So we need a way to govern the integrity of managing drift, managing hallucinations, and understanding where the data comes from to create the actions or decisions that we're doing. There's a very large piece on governance here that'll be critical as you start embarking on your AI journey. This doesn't matter if you're doing one AI project. When you're doing 150 AI projects, you need to start understanding how these all fit together. That's so important because as we think about a traditional model versus a Gen AI model, one of the biggest differences is speed. Any one of your employees right now could be sitting back in their office and building a Gen AI use case. And who knows where they're putting the data, who knows where they're storing the data, and they're doing it very, very fast. Gen AI is fast, and that's great. if it gives you the right answer and if it's controlled. But if it doesn't, it gives you the wrong answer, you can cause havoc, just absolute chaos with an effective Gen AI. So managing that speed, making sure that's part of the governance as you scale it out, absolutely critical. The way that we approach this in our minds, we're obviously an AI company, but I think it's going to be the new way of the world. It used to be that you had a process, a standard system, a business process, and you added AI onto it. That's not the case anymore. AI can't be an add-on. It has to be an embed. AI has to become part of every single process that we have, even if it's a small part. And it might not be Gen AI, it might be traditional AI, it might be analytics, it might be some kind of form of artificial intelligence, but it needs to become a part of every single thing that we do. So what does that look like as you look at that evolution of AI? We call this AI ladder. If you start at the bottom, you start looking at how to use AI to manage your data. How can you start adding it to your applications? As you move up, automation, replacement, to finally, you have AI actually doing the work. Now, that's a big leap, and we're not there yet, I don't think. But I will tell you, it's not decades away, it's a year or two. The way that these AI use cases are moving and how fast they're moving, you heard Prashant earlier talk about 80% productivity. That means if I have 5 people today, I have 1 person a year from now. And what you will see is you may not be replacing them with a tool, you may be replacing them with an AI. So there may be Scott working, or Scoot, as it was called, and you may have Scott.ai that's running somewhere, that's executing tasks, that's actually making intelligent decisions. That's what we're going to start seeing. And it's coming very, very, very quickly. So, this is an important slide as well. When you, and again, if you feel free to take a picture, this is my favorite slide because this is how you start building it out. Think about the, let's say you want to buy a car. You can go out to a dealership and you can buy a car, or you can rent a car, or you can buy a car company. That's what this equivalent is. So on the left-hand side, you have this idea where I'm just going to rent a car. I'm going to go out and use someone else's large language model, someone else's AI, and I'm just going to use it. This is more like a chat GPT. I'm just going to interact with it, get the information I need. As you start moving over to the right, you start thinking about, I don't want to just use chat GPT. I want it to understand my company. So I'm going to start uploading data to it. I'm going to start having it get better. I'm going to fine tune it, and I'm going to get more value out of it. You go all the way to the far right, and you have companies that are building their own large language models. Companies that are actually taking all of their proprietary data, putting it inside an LLM, and then letting other companies use it. And this is very, very kind of cash-intensive, work-intensive, labor-intensive, all the way to just using it out of the box. And as you think about where your company wants to be with regards to AI, and with regards to your use cases, you may have multiple different models sitting in multiple different places. Maybe if it's your core crown jewels of your company, you want to own the model, and you want to create a new business model off of that. If it's something where you just want your people to be able to write Excel formulas better, you stay on the right side, or the left side, I guess, and just use ChatGPT for Excel or something like that. So understanding where you fit along this continuum, how you're going to manage it, whether you want to rent the car, buy the car company, understanding that. And are there a lot of IT folks in the room? There's like one, okay. The guy with the mohawk, of course. When you have a discussion, because you're all business leaders, if you have a discussion with your IT, ask them about this. Who's going to fine-tune the model? Who's going to own the LLM? Are we going to use RAG? You ask those 3 questions to your IT professional, your CIO, they're going to, oh, he understands it better than I thought. I got to do my homework. Understand this. This is important stuff. Okay. Lastly, Prashant closed with this earlier, but I'll put it up again for effect. We don't see generative AI replacing people necessarily. It will make people much more productive. But we absolutely see people that use Gen AI replacing people that don't. And it needs to be a wake-up call as you start thinking, everybody has to be looking at Gen AI. Every single individual has to be thinking about, how does Gen AI impact my daily life? How does it make me more productive? How do I use this to do better work, to create more value for my company? So with that, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Scott. Please don't go anywhere. We are gonna talk about this more. So for this, I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Ibu Tiar Masih Manungkalit as client partner IBM Consulting Indonesia. Let's put your hand together to welcome her. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau tadi sudah dari industri telekomunikasi, banking, transportasi, sekarang gilirannya industri utility dan juga energi. Kita akan dengarkan customer experience perjalanan digital transformasi Gen AI dari pandangan dari PT PLN Persero dan juga Medco Power Indonesia ya. Alright, Ibu silakan, please the stage is yours.
Terima kasih. Hari ini saya akan mengundang Pak Suroso Isnandar, Direktur Manajemen Risiko PLN. Kemudian Pak Imron Ghazali, Direktur dan CEO Medco Power Indonesia. Dan kemudian yang terakhir Bunga, Sales Director, Salesforce Enterprise Business Unit di Indonesia. And Scott di corner. So I will start with bahasa if that's okay with you, Scott.
I'm good.
Okay. So hari ini kita membahas tentang driver the right business value for your organization. Jadi dari sini ada Pak Suroso, Pak Imron dan Bunga. Bagaimana PLN untuk Pak Suroso memandang transformasi proses bisnis menggunakan AI dan pendorong utamanya di balik adopsi AI yang dilakukan PLN. Dan bagaimana PLN menyelaraskan inisiatif AI dan bidang spesifik operasi apa yang menurut Pak Suroso paling siap untuk transformasi proses yang digerakkan oleh AI di PLN.
Baik, terima kasih. For those who don't know about PLN, PLN itu adalah perusahaan utility ketenagalistrikan di Indonesia. Di Indonesia ini sektor kelistrikan ini masih heavily regulated, heavily subsidized, dengan kompetisi yang terbatas di sektor pembangkitan. Jadi ketenaga listrikan itu terdiri dari sektor pembangkitan tenaga listrik, transmisi dan distribusi, dan juga retail. Nah, sisi pembangkitan sudah kompetisinya terbuka, ada banyak provider di sana seperti Medco Power misalnya. Sisi transmisi, distribusi, dan retail pretty much only PLN in its own. Jadi kurang lebih hampir seluruh populasi se-Indonesia, 270 juta ini adalah pelanggan PLN. Our registered customer at the moment is about 87.5 million and every year is adding another 3 million. Jadi setiap tahun ada tambah 3 juta pelanggan yang menjadi pelanggan PLN. Nah, hubungan antara PLN dengan pelanggan ini love and hate relationship. Sebab karena apa? Karena pelanggan kebanyakan tidak punya choice, mau tidak mau dengan PLN. Kemudian di satu sisi PLN sendiri karena monopoli seringkali sebelumnya tingkat pelayanan tidak terlalu baik. Karena itu PLN sejak 3 tahun terakhir melaunching transformasi bisnis, ada 29 inisiatif, di mana 26 inisiatif adalah digital transformation. Salah satunya adalah di bidang pelayanan pelanggan atau customer experience, sehingga PLN sekarang mengeluarkan yang namanya apps PLN Mobile. Sebelumnya customer relationship management dengan pelanggan, kita mempunyai hotline menggunakan telepon 123 untuk pengaduan dan seterusnya. Tapi dengan menggunakan PLN Mobile ini semuanya pindah ke handheld, ke tangan. Dan responnya saya lihat sangat bagus karena dari 87,5 juta pelanggan itu hampir semuanya register di sana. Dan menggunakan apps mobile ini mereka bisa mengadukan keluhannya dengan sangat cepat. Kalau sebelumnya begitu mereka melakukan pengaduan melalui PLN 123 misalnya, it takes long time untuk petugas datang ke rumahnya. Gitu. Tapi dengan PLN apps ini kita langsung bisa melayani pelanggan dengan baik, dan sehingga akibatnya apps ini menjadi salah satu apps yang paling disukai oleh publik di Indonesia dan ratingnya sekarang 4,8. Dan yang terjadi adalah customer experience akan terus kita tingkatkan. Pada dasarnya kita sitting on the gold data mine at the moment, sehingga bagaimana kita meningkatkan ini, dan ini kami melihat peluang menggunakan generative AI. Ini di satu aspek di sisi pelayanan pelanggan. Di aspek operation, di Indonesia ini ada kurang lebih hampir lebih dari 1.000 unit pembangkit listrik, kemudian 70.000 kilometer sirkuit transmisi, ini semuanya harus beroperasi in sinkron. Hal yang unik tentang listrik adalah tidak bisa disimpan dalam jumlah banyak, dikonsum dan diproduksi at the same time, dan itu memerlukan koordinasi kontrol yang sangat tinggi. Saat ini kami menggunakan teknologi SCADA, Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition, dan di bidang itulah generative AI juga mempunyai peluang untuk masuk. Tidak hanya itu, satu hal lagi yang kita sedang persiapkan adalah terkait demand forecast. Bagaimana demand forecast ini pada saat landscape seperti sekarang, demand forecast itu fluktuasinya hanya di sisi demand, tapi di sisi supply relatively dispatchable. Tapi begitu kita mulai masuk ke landscape variable renewable energy, di mana PLN mencanangkan net zero transition, net zero emission by 2060, maka fluktuasi itu tidak hanya di sisi demand, tapi juga di sisi supply. Sehingga mau tidak mau kita harus establish end-to-end smart grid. And how smart it is, itu depend dari fungsionalitas yang kita taruh, sehingga Gen AI mempunyai big potensi di bidang operation dan itu. Dan masih banyak lagi, 26 Digital Transformation Initiative yang I believe di dalamnya ada banyak potensi untuk menggunakan AI.
Sangat menarik sekali Pak Suroso. Dan gimana dengan Pak Imron ya Pak? Saya mengerti bahwa 19 tahun Medco Power sudah menerapkan green energy dan sustainable energy. Gimana dengan Medco Power? Apa yang dilakukan dengan transformation menggunakan generative AI ini?
Terima kasih Bu Tia. Jadi dari Medco Power ini adalah suatu perusahaan yang bergerak di bidang pembangkit listrik, IPP, Independent Power Producer, di mana Pak Suroso ini PT PLN adalah salah satu customer utama kami. Jadi kami memasok listrik ke PLN, kemudian nanti didistribusikan ke customer. Oke. Nah, kita udah beroperasi sejak 2004 dan memang fokus dari Medco Power adalah untuk mengembangkan pembangkit listrik berbasis energi yang ramah lingkungan dan renewables. Jadi itu fokus kita, clean and renewables energy. Dalam kaitannya dengan Gen AI, kalau dilihat dari industri Pak, sebetulnya industri pembangkit ini yang memulai penerapan Gen AI ya, pada saat awal dulu. Jadi di dalam operasi pembangkit listrik ini tujuannya adalah salah satunya menjaga kehandalan mesin pembangkit. Supaya pada saat nanti off-taker ataupun customer ataupun PTPL memerlukan listrik, kita siap memasok listrik tersebut. Nah dalam operasi itu ada yang namanya predictive maintenance. Jadi bagaimana kita memprogram satu perawatan atau maintenance berdasarkan analisa data baik historical maupun data hari ini. Sehingga dengan melihat data tersebut, melakukan analisa, kita bisa melihat trending dan memperkirakan kira-kira nanti akan ada suatu masalah operasi atau tidak, gitu. Atau ada yang perlu dilakukan fine tuning atau tidak. Jadi itu saya pikir cikal bakal dari Gen AI di industri pembangkit. Nah tentunya Medco Power terus akan berkembang dan kita juga sudah mempersiapkan apa langkah selanjutnya, tahapan selanjutnya terkait dengan penerapan Gen AI di perusahaan kami. Nah saat ini seperti tadi sudah dibahas sebelumnya, fundamental yang sangat mendasar itu adalah data. Ya. Jadi kita harus pastikan data yang kita kumpulkan itu data yang akurat, bonafit, dan jenis data apa yang kita perlu lakukan. Jadi situlah nanti kita akan buat platformnya yang solid dan robust, sehingga kita bisa melangkah lebih lanjut ke penerapan Gen AI yang lebih luas. Mungkin itu dulu Bu Tia.
Oke. it's quite interesting story ya, kalau dari utilities, kemudian green energy dan renewable. Nah, dari Bunga sendiri sebagai sales director dari Salesforce, apa kira-kira yang sudah dilakukan untuk membantu klien-klien yang ada, terutama di Indonesia, yang berhubungan dengan implementasi generative AI, dari proses-proses yang kalau tadi Pak Suroso bilang ada 26 inisiatif yang perlu generative AI. Dan kalau dari Pak Imron tadi data, nah dari Mbak Bunga sendiri gimana, Ibu Bunga?
Ya. Jadi sebelum saya menjawab itu, jadi untuk set the konteksnya, jadi Salesforce sendiri, Mbak Tiarma, itu sudah menerapkan AI teknologi di dalam solusinya itu sejak 7 tahun lalu, pada saat mulai dengan predictive AI, kemudian sekarang dengan Gen AI. Mungkin salah satu customer story yang relevan yang bisa saya share di sini adalah pada saat kami mensupport sebuah perusahaan di Filipina yang namanya Meralco, yaitu sebuah perusahaan distribution untuk electricity di Filipina. It's a private institution. Mereka adalah perusahaan yang berumur 115 tahun. Dan suatu kali chairman-nya itu bilang bahwa mereka membuat visi bahwa pada tahun 2021 mereka mau merealisasikan yang disebut bikin Meralco menjadi sebuah internet company, tetapi bisnisnya itu adalah power gitu. Nah, dengan demikian kita melakukan perjalanan bersama dengan Meralco. Challenge pertama mereka adalah 80% dari customernya itu selalu membayar setelah due date. Itu yang mereka alami saat itu. Dan kemudian juga mereka juga mengalami challenge pada saat bagaimana employee-nya ini bisa mengexcel sales ke B2B. Gitu. Karena mereka bukan satu-satunya provider kalau di Filipina. Nah dari situ perjalanan dengan Salesforce itu kalau kita lihat, Salesforce melihat AI itu bukan cuma hanya AI, tetapi juga CRM, data dan AI. Seperti yang Bapak bilang bahwa kelengkapan dari ketiga area ini adalah membantu mereka untuk lebih mengenal customer-nya, connect lebih dekat dengan customer-nya, dan juga membantu membangun seamless customer journey. Nah bagaimana caranya? Visi tadi ditranslate menjadi Meralco menginginkan bahwa di semua screen itu bisa memungkinkan customer untuk melihat berapa banyak daya yang dipakai, berapa banyak yang tersisa kalau itu prabayar, dan juga pada saat kita melakukan pembayaran itu dibikin mudah melalui segala macam. Jadi semua screen maksudnya nggak cuma desktop komputer, handphone, tapi juga bahkan smartwatch, jadi semua channel itu dimanfaatkan. Nah AI sendiri itu membantu dari sisi tentunya melihat aspek prediktif siapa customer yang memang akan high worth customer. Kemudian juga untuk B2B customer dari area sales, bagaimana caranya untuk membantu sales productivity untuk bisa menarget customer yang tepat. Dan yang ketiga di area service, Mbak Tiarma, di mana service ini sendiri bagaimana untuk menggunakan AI, menggunakan Gen AI juga, membantu meningkatkan customer experience di mana contact center agents itu juga bisa dibantu menjawab yang relevan dan juga lebih cepat terhadap inquiry dan juga customer problem. Jadi itu contoh penerapannya. Dengan menggunakan itu mereka saat ini bisa mendapatkan productivity 5 kali lipat dari sebelumnya.
Wow, interesting. So I would like to ask question with Scott. It's actually the presentation that you have is actually quite interesting, especially the last slide where you say that AI will not replace people, but AI will replace people who does not use AI. So maybe with the implementations that the initiative that has been done in PLN, Medco, and also in Salesforce, maybe you can have a comments on that, and what will be the things that they need to think about for the initiative of AI in PLN, Medco, and also on Salesforce.
Yeah, I mean, when you're using it to enhance a customer experience or get customers to change their behavior, it's a great use case for it. Because the idea of a labor-intensive approach, you don't want to employ 1,000 people to follow up with a customer, right? You want to have just an agent, a virtual agent, a digital agent that can do that automatically. So in many ways, it's a job that wouldn't even have otherwise been done. Because now we have this with this AI assistant. And that's kind of the new phrase, the AI assistant, that's able to go out and execute these jobs that you would not have been wanting to pay for someone to do otherwise. But you're happy to have an AI do it because the cost to serve is so low from an AI perspective. You're doing jobs that even wouldn't necessarily replace. Outside of Indonesia, there's a different use case. because outside of Indonesia, you have population declines. You have low birth rates that have come down significantly, so they need AI to start actually replacing the workforces that's retiring. We don't see that as much here. But the other point is, I think if you have someone sitting, in this seat who's not using AI and someone sitting next to me that is, she's going to be 40, 50% more productive than I am. And I should really start be thinking about my job security when she outworks me like crazy, just very easily, just because the other point we talked about it earlier was experience, and the customer experience. AI now is a little bit like the iPhone was when it first came out. It's just easy. It's easy to use. It's intuitive. People will do what's easy, not always what's right. So you need to align easy and right, and if she's using AI and I'm not, she's going to be very easily much more productive than I am and get a lot more work done. So even without AI, she's probably more productive than I am, actually.
Jadi tadi message-nya adalah AI itu sesuatu yang nantinya akan menjadi sesuatu yang harus dialami, harus terjadi. Nah, kalau dari Medco Power sendiri Pak Imran, gimana challenge-nya? Apa yang menjadi challenge dan isu waktu mau implementasi AI, terutama untuk inisiatif-inisiatif seperti data yang tadi dibilang, terutama untuk yang udah 19 tahun kan Medco Power, untuk green energy and sustainable energy gitu, gimana generative AI itu bisa membantu dan apa challenge-nya dan isunya untuk implementasi generative AI di Medco Power?
Jadi di Medco Power saat ini kita beroperasi atau mengoperasikan lebih dari 3.300 megawatt. Dan ini terdiri dari beberapa jenis pembangkit, ada solar PV, kemudian ada gas fired power plant, ada panas bumi geothermal, juga ada mini hydro. Nah dari keempat jenis ini memang cukup menantang. Bagaimana kita mengumpulkan, memverifikasi data, karena karakter dari pembangkit listrik tersebut beda-beda. Contohnya solar PV. Solar PV itu hanya bekerja kalau di siang hari, ya kan? Kalau udah malam dia nggak ada, gitu ya. Jadi intermittent kita bilangnya. Jadi bagaimana kita bisa mendefinisikan data apa yang kita perlu cari, kita kumpulkan ya, dari keempat jenis ini, kemudian melakukan verifikasi dan kita memasukkan ke dalam sistemnya. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua adalah dari sisi resources ya. Jadi resource-nya ini kembali lagi ke sumber daya manusianya, karena bagaimanapun juga yang paling terpenting adalah the man behind the gun ya. Nah ini untuk suatu Gen AI ini memang satu transformasi yang cukup besar ya. Ini nggak hanya mengenai IT. Tadi pagi tim IT saya bilang, Pak ini bukan project IT Pak. Dia bilang, kalau kita bicara Gen AI, betul memang bukan project IT. Ini adalah project corporate gitu, karena ini menyangkut bagaimana mindset, bagaimana culture orang-orang bisa mengikuti, mengadaptasi dan mengimplementasikan Gen AI seperti harapan kita. Yang mana sekarang mungkin masih kebanyakan masih berpikiran seperti manual ya. Jadi kita perlu lakukan transformasi, pemahaman budaya kerja dan juga nanti untuk mendukung penerapan Gen AI ini. Itu mungkin Bu Tia.
Kalau mindset mungkin dari orangnya sendiri mungkin belum bisa menerima, masih ketakutan kali ya, takut pekerjaannya diganti gitu. Kalau dari PLN begini gimana Pak?
Baik, saya lihat challenge dalam menerapkan Gen AI ini yang pertama, as basic as how to identify which area need to be infused by the Gen AI. Karena begitu banyak proses bisnis yang mempunyai potensial untuk diinfuse dengan Gen AI. Tentu kita harus melakukan assessment dan melakukan assessment itu tidak mudah di aspek mana yang kita mau masukkan Gen AI. Terus kemudian yang kedua adalah adanya ketersediaan dan kualitas data. Tadi kami sampaikan pelanggan PLN yang 87,5 juta dan tiap tahun tambah 3 juta itu kita basically setting on the data gold mine, tapi kita data gold mine itu kualitasnya seperti apa? Tidak hanya sekedar big data dan mungkin kita harus melihat arsitektur data lake mungkin. Nah konsistensinya ini yang harus dicek karena belum tentu juga semua data yang masuk itu bisa diolah menjadi informasi yang meaningful. Kemudian juga integration antar division di PLN karena kita rantainya cukup banyak, termasuk juga personil yang mempunyai passion maupun mempunyai keahlian di bidang AI. Ini kan area baru, enggak banyak orang yang punya. Bahkan kita ngomong aja seringkali mendeskripsikannya tiap orang berbeda-beda. Kemudian hal yang lain di Indonesia ini sebentar lagi akan diterapkan Data Protection Act, Undang-Undang Pelindungan Data Pribadi yang by Oktober 2024 will be enforced. Dan di sana isu cyber security menjadi isu yang penting. Jadi jangan sampai data leak ini bisa terjadi karena pengolahan data dan pengolahan proses yang tidak appropriate. Dan tentu saja yang terakhir adalah change management, bagaimana mengintroduce teknologi baru ini kepada seluruh level di pengguna di PLN yang kira-kira menggunakan teknologi ini. Barangkali dari PLN pandangannya lebih seperti itu.
Oke Pak, kalau dari Mbak Bunga, kira-kira future roadmap-nya dari Salesforce untuk generative AI termasuk juga mengadres challenge dan isu dari bisnis seperti contohnya utilities dan natural resources itu gimana Pak?
Ya, jadi karena kami mendengar dari customer kami challenge-challenge yang terjadi, tentunya pertama data sudah banyak dibahas oleh Pak Suroso dan Pak Imron, di mana kita harus mengintegrate data untuk mendapatkan kualitas terbaik. Tapi yang mungkin ingin saya bahas lebih dalam itu terkait dengan trust atau privacy tadi. Jadi di sini Salesforce itu membangun sebuah layer yang kita sebut adalah trust layer antara solusi Salesforce dengan LLM language provider. Kita tidak bekerja sama dengan satu provider saja, tapi beberapa provider. Caranya bagaimana trust layer ini bekerja? Pertama, tentunya kita tahu CRM memberikan konteks terhadap Gen AI. Tanpa konteks maka Gen AI kurang valuable. Nah jadi kita melakukan grounding terhadap customer data karena kita harus make sure bahwa data customer jangan sampai menjadi produk oleh vendor LLM tersebut. Yang kedua, dengan melakukan grounding maka kita tidak mengirimkan data sensitif customer itu keluar. Nah, kemudian yang kedua pada saat kita mengirimkan keluar kita juga menerapkan yang disebut zero retention policy. Jadi tidak ada data customer yang disimpan di luar. Dan kemudian pada saat sudah keluar hasilnya dan kemudian kita kembalikan lagi data tersebut yang tadi di grounding. Nah, dan yang ketiga adalah mengenai toxicity atau hallucination yang disebut sebelumnya. Jadi pada saat menerapkan Gen AI ini kita menganjurkan customer untuk menerapkan batasan-batasan data yang bisa dipakai untuk digunakan sebagai Gen AI. Jangan sampai terkena toxic dari data luar yang mungkin kita tidak yakini keakuratannya. Nah itu jadi dari sisi bagaimana Salesforce untuk membantu mengadres challenge yang dialami customer terkait Gen AI. Kalau untuk roadmap sendiri, jadi saat ini predictive AI itu sudah available sejak 7 tahun lalu. Gen AI itu juga sudah available di semua lini produk Salesforce per tahun ini. Dan kita juga sudah mulai melihat datangnya wave ketiga yaitu autonomous agent. Jadi Salesforce terus berkembang, membantu menghadirkan update-update teknologi supaya customer tetap terupdate dalam teknologi dan AI ini, Mbak Tiarma.
Mungkin pertanyaan terakhir ya, bagaimana visi PLN, visi Medco Power tentang roadmap future dari AI itu sendiri? Mungkin itu untuk sebagai closure dari session ini Pak.
Baik, setelah menggunakan Gen AI untuk semacam pilot project, maka PLN akan memfokuskan kepada gawe besarnya PLN yaitu energy transition, di mana kita akan berubah, Indonesia ini berubah dari thermal oriented energy sources menjadi fully renewable energy, fully variable renewable energy by 2060 untuk mencapai net zero carbon emission. Jadi untuk menjawab itu PLN sedang mempersiapkan transformasi digital tahap 2 di mana salah satu pilarnya adalah kita nyebutnya moonshot digital. Nah di moonshot digital ini kita akan mengeksplor semaksimal mungkin capability yang bisa ditawar oleh Gen AI termasuk prediction capability terkait dengan bagaimana kita mensukseskan energy transition sebagai program besar Indonesia maupun PLN.
Kalau dengan Pak Imron sendiri di Medco Power Pak?
Jadi ada dua hal Bu Tiarma. Pertama fokus pada operasi. Tadi seperti dikatakan sebelumnya bagaimana kita bisa menjalankan operasi lebih aman, safe nomor 1. Kedua lebih handal. Kemudian ketiga cost efisiensi. Sehingga pada akhirnya berbisnis ini memberikan suatu hal yang kompetitif dan sustain atau berkesinambungan dalam jangka panjang. Yang kedua yang tadi sudah disinggung sama Pak Suroso, juga kita mensupport program pemerintah dan PLN untuk energy transition di mana kita sudah terapkan roadmap juga bagaimana mencapai net zero emission, dan kami yakin betul bahwa Gen AI ini bisa membantu mempercepat pencapaian target tersebut.
Oke, terima kasih kepada Pak Suroso, Pak Imron, Bunga, dan Scott. Jadi jelas sekali bahwa PLN, Medco Power, Salesforce, dan IBM mempunyai komitmen untuk memanfaatkan AI untuk mencapai tujuan dalam keunggulan operasional, peningkatan kepuasan pelanggan, dan masa depan energi berkelanjutan. Terima kasih sekali lagi Pak Suroso, Pak Imran, Bunga, dan Scott atas perhatian dan waktunya.
Terima kasih kepada Ibu Tiarma Simanungkali selaku klien partner IBM Consulting Indonesia yang telah menjadi moderator kita di sesi yang keempat ini, deliver the right business value for your organization. Let's take picture, let's move forward a bit. Thank you. Dan terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Bapak Suroso Isnandar dari PT PLN Persero, Bapak Imron Ghazali dari Medco Power Indonesia, dan juga Ibu Bunga Sugiarto dari Salesforce Indonesia. And thank you to Mr. Scott Layton. Thank you Bapak Ibu. Tadi telah kita ketahui bersama-sama ya bagaimana pastinya AI yang tentunya mempermudah hidup manusia saat ini, Bapak Ibu sekalian, dan tentunya bukan cuma cepat dan mudah tapi juga benar-benar harus produktif dan juga efisien. Hati-hati dengan toxicity juga tadi ya, kalau dari industri mining ini dan juga utility dan juga energi ini Bapak Ibu sekalian, dan tentunya Gen AI is a wake up call, it's not an option, is the key Bapak Ibu. Berikutnya untuk melengkapi hari ini kita akan mengetahui bagaimana IBM dapat membantu Anda memodernisasi application Anda. So the last one we will listen to a presentation on application modernization, a new way to run the business that will be delivered by Mr. Sanjoy Bose as Senior Partner Hybrid Cloud Services Growth Platform Leader and Delivery Leader at IBM Consulting ASEAN. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Sanjoy Bose.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And thank you for being here. It's really great to be among so many forward-thinking leaders here in Jakarta. It's my honor to be in front of you. Today, it's not about just ideas. It's about how we make it happen, make Gen AI operational. Now you might be thinking that we have been hearing Gen AI for so long in the morning, why suddenly application modernization? If you think what we have heard this morning, every organization is trying to improve the client experience, employee experience, improving the operational efficiency by reimagining their business processes with Gen AI. Now to make that happen, let's take a quick look what you need to do to your IT landscape to survive and leapfrog in this era of Gen AI. The fundamental building block for any Gen AI project to be successful, where you want to reimagine your business process embedding Gen AI, is to make sure that you have a modernized IT landscape. Not only that, it needs to be managed and governed well. That's why when you look at in any organization, in your organization, you will find you have numerous applications running. And those applications, unless they are ready to support this business process where you have embedded Gen AI, you will not be successful in terms of getting the benefit of Gen AI in your operations and providing that value to your customers. Hence, Gen AI plus hybrid cloud application modernization is a must for successfully delivering innovation and productivity at scale for any organization. IBM, along with Red Hat and AWS, and you will hear from them as well, can provide that path for you to modernize your IT landscape. While every organization understands that it is critical and it is important to modernize our applications, but they find it quite challenging as well. 43% of the IT leaders have identified that organizational complexities is one of the big challenges. Coupled with that, lack of IT skills to manage this hybrid cloud platform adds to the complexity and challenge for the organization. But there is a good news as well. The good news is, with AI, the adoption of hybrid cloud is accelerating through automation. So while it is challenging, if we embed Gen AI in our modernization journey, we can accelerate and help ourselves, and thereby help implement Gen AI-driven new reimagined business processes. IBM, with watsonx.ai, have built and leveraged the Gen AI capability from modernization, migration, to IT operations. We have Gen AI-enabled solutions for each one of these phases, as you can see. I'm not going to the details of these solutions for interest of time, but it can make this modernization journey easier, risk-free, or less risk at least. More importantly, can deliver productivity benefits leading in the industry. Thereby, you are leveraging Gen AI for your hybrid cloud journey. IBM, with AWS and Red Hat, brings in the tools and the services that you need to accelerate this journey, and with our offerings across our three partners with IBM, AWS, and Red Hat, we can transform how we work with an open, well-governed, multimodal AI. I would want to leave you with this thought. So as you are planning to leapfrog the market with Gen AI and beat your competition, think about IBM, AWS, and Red Hat as that strong, grounded, dependable partner who can help you to take that leap in this Gen era of AI. And that will drive your IT modernization as well as help you implement and reap the benefit of the reimagined business process, be it finance, supply chain, HR, embedding Gen AI. With that, I would like to welcome my friend Anthony Amni from AWS, Indonesia Country General Manager.
Thank you.
Welcome, Anthony.
Thank you, Pak. Donobat, dada, donobat.
Thank you.
Selamat siang Bapak Ibu sekalian, perkenalkan nama saya Anthony Amni dari AWS Indonesia. Kalau yang belum kenal, kami itu penyedia cloud yang pertama dan kami bangga untuk bisa menjadi tonggak digitalisasi di Indonesia. Ya mulai dari perusahaan besar seperti Telkomsel, XL, Garuda Food sampai startup seperti Halodoc, Traveloka dan bahkan ribuan small and medium enterprise. Jadi mungkin saya akan mulai dengan ini dulu ya. We have to accept that AI and machine learning have been the breakthrough technology of our lifetime. It's evident. It's capable of solving some of the most complex challenges that humanity face. Dan itu kenapa in Amazon alone, in the last 25 years, we've been investing heavily in this era, right? of AI and machine learning, and also imbuing it into every lines of our business. Seperti contohnya bisa kita lihat ya, our massively scalable recommendation engine in our .com business yang bertanggung jawab untuk menjual more than 4,000 products per minute, for example. Right? Juga in our fulfillment center, in which we use route optimization for our robots, because we deliver about 1.6 million packages per day. And so AI and machine learning is in our DNA for all this time. And of course, we are also proud that hundreds of thousands of customers run their mission-critical machine learning applications on top of AWS, right? But as we are getting up towards the era of Gen AI, from AWS and Amazon perspective, our mission is simple. We want to be able to democratize access to Gen AI so that everyone, not just large corporation, but every developer can have access to the best tools that will drive scalable business in Gen AI. And what do we mean by this, right? Kita coba mengachieve ini melalui 3 pilar. By the way, sorry, saya ngomongnya ganti Inggris Indonesia ya, kan anak zaman now soalnya. So 3 pillars, right? The first one is about providing the highway, jalan tolnya. The highway that will enable everyone to leverage Gen AI. Second is about providing the marketplace so that every one of us has access to choices of large language models, not just one, not just 2. And the last piece is about providing ready-to-use applications that will improve your productivity. Right? But in this sharing session, I will focus on the first 2 only. Right? The first one, which is the highway, what we mean by it is this. We all know that the cost of running a large language model, right? Buat yang belum familiar dengan large language model, ini contohnya misalnya ChatGPT gitu ya. The cost of running a large language model is massive, right? Because it requires a lot of computing power, right? That's why in the last 10 years, Amazon has been consciously investing in R&Ding purpose-built machines that is specifically geared for machine learning and also Gen AI. Because we want to make sure that the cost of the infrastructure keeps getting down, right? In fact, we have even been investing in our own silicon chip. And there are 2 routes to this, right? The first one is, of course, we work with NVIDIA, like everyone else, to provide GPU-based engine. And the good news is that even in our data center in Indonesia, our region Jakarta, the G5 GPU engine is available. Jadi buat Bapak Ibu sekalian yang sudah mau lompat nih ke arah machine learning and Gen AI, it's available. But beyond that, right, we've also been investing in our own purpose-built chip, designed specifically for Gen AI. The purpose is simple, right? We want to be able to allow every developers, every customer to build their own large language models or even their own Gen AI use case. I think the one that we are proud of course, is Westin X, right? Also leveraging some of the infrastructure from AWS and about to be launched on AWS Marketplace. This is something that we are really looking forward to, right? And the second example is actually Bloomberg. Bloomberg this year actually launched their own large language model. It's called Bloomberg GPT, running on AWS, right? It's a 50 billion parameter large language model, purpose-built for finance. Right? I like what Scott said, right? You got to be specific, using specific LLM for specific use case, right? And we have enabled all this to happen. On the second portion, right, which is the marketplace, essentially, we believe that there is no one model that should rule them all, right? Every large language model is designed for specific purposes. And through Amazon Bedrock, right, we provide every one of us here access to the leading LLM from leading AI developers across the world, right? We have 821 Labs. We have Anthropic, one of the major ones. Cohere, Meta from Facebook, of course. Stability.ai, and of course from Amazon. Bedrock is a fully managed service, serverless, API-driven tools. Basically, your applications just need to connect to Bedrock to be able to get access to all these models. And the beautiful thing about this is that whatever data you send to Bedrock, number one, it resides in your AWS internal VPC. So the data remains with you. It's encrypted as well, right? So it's secure. And whatever data is thrown to any of the foundational models in Bedrock will not be used to pre-train the model. So it's your secret sauce remains with you, right? And that's why companies across the globe has been innovating using Bedrock as well. One of my favorite ones is actually Booking.com. They use Bedrock for a personalized trip planner, right? So it drives customer experience and drives revenue for Booking.com, right? And one of the applications that we launched as well, right, is called Generative BI. Basically, it's generative AI imbued into a business intelligence tools, right? What it does is it's quite cool, right? You just need to use human readable language. It will drive all the charts, graphs that you want, right? And with a click of a button as well, it will generate machine learning based forecasts, right? Even to just change the way the graph is shown, all you need to do is to type in a human readable language. I want to change all this. It's gone. Is it? Sorry, I'm having too much fun. I didn't realize it's gone. Teman-teman mungkin MC, moderator. The slides, please. Okay, you know what? In any case, I think while we're waiting for, there you go. I'll just jump straight back in, right? Look, we all know that the innovations of tools, of technologies in Gen AI is just rapid and massive, right? But at the end of the day, the one key takeaway that we must not forget is that if the foundation that you set up is not strong, none of it matters. Yep. And the foundation is two things. Number one is about running a modern applications that can leverage the power of AI and Gen AI. And number two is the foundation of your data, right? Because your data is your differentiator, garbage in, garbage out. Right? And this is where IBM and AWS comes in, right? IBM Consulting comes in with the breadth and depth of experience in transforming applications and setting up data foundation, right? So my last message is that, as always, let's continue to push the boundary on what's possible for us to continue to build Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Antoni Amni, jangan kemana-mana Pak, langsung duduk pilih kursinya. Ini anak Jaksel kayaknya ya Pak, ganti-ganti switch. Baik Bapak Ibu, untuk melengkapi hari ini kita punya diskusi panel. So the last discussion panel will be led by Bapak Budi Arso as partner IBM Consulting Indonesia. Silahkan Pak. Tentunya IBM dan juga AWS siap untuk membantu Bapak Ibu dalam memodernisasi application. Silakan Pak, the stage is yours.
Terima kasih. Sebelumnya saya akan panggil dua orang narasumber lagi. So there are two distinguished speakers. One is Paul Whitens from Red Hat, and then Paritwan from MindID. Please give a applause.
Yeah.
Terima kasih Pak Antoni atas sharingnya dan juga Sanjay. Thanks for your sharings. I think it's very enlightened for us. Really that how we want to monetize the AI, really need the applications modernization. This is something that the subject we want to discuss. Pertama mungkin saya berikan kesempatan ke Pak Ridwan untuk introduce Pak Ridwan terkait dengan Pak Ridwan sendiri dan juga misi dari organisasi Pak Ridwan.
Oke, thank you Pak Budi atas waktunya. Jadi perkenalkan saya Ridwan, Muhammad Ridwan Tahir, biasa dipanggil Ridwan. Jadi saya dari MindID. Jadi di awal saya masuk MindID itu 2021. Saya dari private sector kemudian masuk ke SOI BUMN. Which is agak berbeda. Berbeda prosesnya, berbeda juga detailnya dan sebagainya. Nah, memang kalau MindID sedikit memberikan konteks bahwa MindID ini memiliki anak perusahaan yang lebih tua dibandingin bapaknya. Jadi bapaknya umurnya baru 2017 baru start, anaknya sudah lebih tua. Jadi kita punya Antam, Bukit Asam, Timah dan juga Inalum. Serta ada Freeport dan juga Vale. Memang pada waktu kita masuk itu cukup challenging perbedaannya. Jadi di masing-masing di BUMN, di teman-teman di anak perusahaan, anggota holding kita bilangnya. Kita nggak biasa menyebut anak perusahaan karena kayak Bapak Tiri Pak kita Pak. Jadi anggota holding kita sebutnya. Anggota holding itu memang mereka memiliki sistem yang berbeda-beda. Tadi kalau ngomongin proses, license, device semuanya berbeda-beda antara satu sama lain karena memang distributing company. Nah, pada waktu 2022 MindID mulai berubah parenting style-nya dari yang awalnya strategik menjadi strategik aktif. Mau lebih tahu detail mengenai bagaimana sih mereka melakukan prosesnya. Maka pada waktu itu yang direview adalah kalau harga komoditas itu fluctuating, yang bisa dijaga adalah cost-nya. Gitu. Karena harga komoditas itu nggak bisa kita reach, nggak bisa kita kontrol juga. Maka yang bisa dijaga adalah kemudian adalah cost. Kemudian di Oktober 2022 terbentuklah inisiatif untuk melakukan kajian terhadap shared service center. Untuk melihat IT, finance, fungsi-fungsi yang bisa di-sharekan, dijadikan satu company, kemudian dia bisa men-serve semua dari perusahaan-perusahaan di bawahnya MindID. Nah, pada 2023 ini, di September 2023, terbentuklah shared service center, termasuk IT. Di mana target utama pada waktu terbentuknya shared service center adalah mengurangi reduction cost dan juga improve service level. Pastinya kalau kita ngomongin reduction cost, itu nggak bisa dengan cara yang biasa Pak. Karena kalau biasa pasti nggak akan berubah, nggak akan turun. Maka perlu dilakukan hal yang berbeda, model bisnisnya berbeda. Dan tadi kalau kita ngomongin application shared service itu salah satu yang kita mau lakukan. Karena kita melihat kalau aplikasinya ini kurang lebih prosesnya sama, harusnya yang mengelola lebih sedikit dibandingin yang dulu. Secara license harusnya lebih berkurang dibandingin yang dulu gitu ya. Begitu juga license dan juga device. Jadi memang IT ini agak cukup banyak di sisinya MindID dan anggota holding. Nah ini kita lagi coba lakukan itu, melakukan penyeragaman dulu Pak. Jadi kalau kita ngomongin sekarang ini kalau kita assess di MindID Group mungkin untuk aplikasi HSE ada 4 dengan feature yang kurang lebih sama. Jadi Antam punya 1, Tima punya 1, Inalam punya 1. Dan kurang lebih sama. Nah ini kita lagi coba modernize untuk kita jadikan satu, kemudian dikelola oleh satu orang, supaya service levelnya meningkat dan reduction cost-nya juga turun. Karena kalau gaji setiap tahun kita maunya naik Pak. Jadi gimana caranya kita menurunkan itu dengan cara mengurangi share service dan juga mengimprove service level itu.
Terima kasih, terima kasih. Jadi jelas Pak Ridwan sebagai salah satu leader di Sinergi yang menjadi grup yang memberikan support share service ke MindID ini jelas sudah diberikan penjelasan tantangan ke depannya bagaimana setup untuk meningkatkan service level tapi at the same time harus reduce cost secara efisien ke 4 company yang cukup berbeda ya secara services yaitu Bukit Asam, Antam, Inalum dan Timah ya Pak ya. Terima kasih Pak Ridwan. Mungkin saya akan go to Paul Whiten. Paul, I think please introduce yourself first. I mean, because Anthony already introduced, and quick introduction, and then after that, I would like to get your perspective from Red Hat, because as referring to what stated by Scott, right? When you implement this AI, there should be some kind of multi-cloud strategy, right? And how you see this strategy, right, from a Red Hat perspective. As we know that Red Hat has recently been named as a leader, right, in this area by Forresters. Okay?
Excellent.
Please.
Thank you. So by way of introduction, Paul Whiten, I'm from Red Hat Asia Pacific. I'm a cloud services advocate, so I really lead the go-to-market strategy for Red Hat's managed service products available on the hyperscalers, including AWS. Now, going back to the question, we've got the Forrester Wave, one of our favorite analysts here. What we're looking at there is the multi-cloud container platforms. And what's interesting about this particular analyst report is that they're not just looking at the Kubernetes and developer space. They're taking a more holistic approach in terms of operations, management capabilities, alongside the development capabilities. When they're doing the evaluation, they look at the strength of the offering on the y-axis, and then the strategy and vision along the x-axis there. Things like the roadmap, the go-to-market, ecosystems, adoption, and so forth there. And the other factor that Forrester looks at for their wave is the market presence. Now, as you can see, Red Hat's up there in the top right corner. We're very proud of that. It's a validation of our strategy and vision. So much so that AWS and other hyperscalers are offering Red Hat products as a service on their clouds alongside their own offerings. So just a bit of advice for the audience, though, when it comes to this analyst report. Just remember that Kubernetes and containers, this techie stuff, on its own is not a strategy. OpenShift is an application platform. It has all the automation, the developer integrations, the abstractions to make it productive, to make it usable by your product teams. It removes the complexities and it reduces the learning curve to be able to leverage these cloud technologies. ROSA, Red Hat OpenShift Service on AWS, our managed service offering, we call that a turnkey application platform because we take care of the day one, day two operations so you can focus on what's important. It's the build, deploy, run your applications at scale. So making OpenShift available in the data center, across the public clouds, including AWS, and through to the edge, that's part of our strategy, having a common platform. It's an easy path, a low-risk way to build out your hybrid cloud and your multi-cloud strategies.
Okay, thanks. Very clear, Paul, thanks a lot. And then I would like to go to Pak Antony. First is thanks a lot, Pak Antony, for this energizing and energetic persons, right? Sharing about the AWS. My question is, Pak Antony, you mentioned that watsonx, IBM, and AWS AI is coming together to solve our client business challenges. Can you elaborate more? So, I mean, what will be the meaning about this collaboration for our Indonesian client?
Sure. Ini bahasa Inggris, bahasa Indonesia aja kali Pak ya, biar lebih asik. Kita kan anak Jaksel tadi kata kan, switch terus. Jadi kita ngeliatnya gini sih, kalau kita tarik ke belakang, sebenarnya kalau kita ngomongin use case Gen AI across industry di Indonesia, 3 yang sudah nyata itu kan berhubungan dengan talent management.
Talent.
Udah gitu kedua itu berhubungan dengan customer service.
Customers.
Dan ketiga itu berhubungan dengan application modernization.
Ya,
Contohnya
betul,
seperti automated code generation.
Ya.
3 ini itu adalah kekuatan yang akan bisa dibawa oleh watsonx dengan Amazon AI, gitu kan.
Betul,
Dan yang menurut saya lebih exciting lagi karena akan tersedia di AWS Marketplace. Ini kan berarti kan memang joint development di mana nanti deployment ke sisi customer-nya itu automated, mudah gitu kan. Nah, cuman saya mau pakai momen ini untuk nggak cuma excited soal Watson sih Pak, tapi justru excited dengan momentum IBM Consulting in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Terutama juga dengan akuisisinya of Equin gitu kan.
Yeah.
We know that now IBM Consulting has more muscle, right, more expertise to be able to help drive transformation for customers in Indonesia. Semoga sama-sama kita juga bisa bantu MindID.
Terima kasih Pak Antony atas penjelasan. Jadi memang benar reconfirm sekarang IBM Consulting have more muscle work together with Red Hat and AWS to help our client, right, di Indonesia ini untuk sukses di dalam transformasi digital mereka. Mungkin tetap ke Pak Antony. Pertanyaan kedua adalah kita tahu bahwa tadi ada IBM, ada Red Hat, ada AWS, dan juga tadi sudah di mention oleh Paul Whiten regarding ROSA, ya Pak ya, Red Hat OpenShift on AWS. Ya, mungkin kita tahu juga beberapa klien-klien yang ada di Indonesia sudah menggunakan. Ya, terus bagaimana Pak Antony dari sisi AWS ini melihat, ya kan, ke depannya partnership dari ROSA ini?
Ya, jadi gini sih, tadi seperti yang saya ceritakan ya, in this era of AI, pentingnya organisasi itu mulai menuju ke modern application, itu sudah tidak bisa dimungkiri lagi.
Paham,
gitu kan?
betul Pak.
And given all this, right, we are seeing that Red Hat itu is becoming a very strategic partner for us. It's very clear, right?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, OpenShift is one of the best out there, right? Jadi kita ngeliatnya bahwa nggak cuma partnership dengan Red Hat-nya, tapi juga dengan IBM Consulting kan.
Paham.
Kita bilangnya the power of 3.
The power of today.
With the right cloud platform, with the right application platform to drive microservices, and with the right expertise. Right, these are the combo yang akan bisa membantu customer enterprise di Indonesia itu untuk bertransformasi. Gitu
Terima kasih Pak. Jadi jelas seperti yang dijelaskan secara singkat dan concise dari Pak Antoni bahwa 3 kolaborasi dari AWS, Transformative dan IBM Consulting dengan Muscle yang sekarang ini sudah makin besar dengan akuisisi Queen menjadi 3 kolaborasi yang sinergi yang baik untuk membantu para klien di Indonesia ya untuk bertransformasi khususnya dalam arti enterprise transformation, digital transformation. Terima kasih Pak Antoni, terima kasih atas penjelasan terkait dengan Rosa. Saya kembali ke Pak Ridwan sebagai salah satu leader di Sinergi ya Pak ya, yang sedang dalam perjalanannya membangun kapabilitas shared service untuk MindID yang saya pahami is a very complex dan challenging task ya Pak ya. Bagaimana Pak Ridwan tadi kan dari diskusi dari pagi sampai saat ini melihat ya kan fungsi atau aplikasi ya kan benefit dari Gen AI, cloud tadi itu bagi Sinergi dalam membangun kapabilitas shared service sesuai yang diharapkan oleh MindID dan para subsidiary yang ada di MindID. Mungkin bisa di-elaborate Pak Ridwan.
Oke, thank you Pak Budi. Memang di MindID kita kalau ngomongin Gen AI itu mungkin agak terlambat Pak kita ngomongin Gen AI. Karena di 2021 kita mulai mencoba kita buat namanya manajemen control tower.
Oke.
Memang pada waktu kita collecting data dari semua anak perusahaan, anggota holding, keberagamannya masih tinggi. Gitu. Kalau kita ngomongin grouping A, grouping B sangat lebar sekali. Akhirnya pada waktu kita coba berikan ke manajemen, oh ternyata datanya ini kurang bagus, maturity-nya kurang bagus. Nah ini yang kita juga akhirnya step back lagi, kita mundur lagi Pak. Jadi nggak lagi starting lanjutin lagi ke Gen AI, tapi kita mulai mundur lagi. Kita mulai nge-define integrated data management, mulai dari data strateginya mau seperti apa, data quality-nya mau seperti apa. Sekarang udah sampai mana data quality-nya? Karena kita lihat banyak hal yang kita masih transform. Banyak hal juga yang masih manual, banyak hal proses-proses yang masih akhirnya dampaknya pun gitu. Baru kemudian kita govern untuk melakukan itu. Nah memang kita momentum juga penting, jadi Gen AI ini juga hal yang penting momentumnya. Jadi kita mencoba untuk kalau hal yang sudah dibersihkan kita langsung pasang Gen AI-nya.
Paham.
Jadi yang kita lakukan sekarang ini mencoba untuk kita lagi menyiapkan semua dokumen-dokumen legal, policy dan sebagainya untuk dalam satu tempat. Baru kemudian itu bisa kita, sekarang ini kejadiannya agak sulit, misalkan kita punya satu case, kita punya satu divisi namanya compliance, di mana mereka menjadi salah satu narasumber untuk menginformasikan kira-kira kalau ada case seperti ini, legalnya seperti apa, compliance seperti ini, itu takes time sekali. Harusnya kalau dengan Gen AI kita berharap semua data sudah masuk di crawling, kemudian mereka bisa mensuggest. Kira-kira kalau seperti ini apa dampaknya? Mereka udah Gen AI juga bisa langsung bekerja. Nah ini memang perlahan kita seperti paralel berjalannya, jadi membenahi data, membenahi proses, sambil kalau udah ada satu yang benahin kita coba put di situ Gen AI-nya. Nah memang terkait dengan teknologi cloud tadi, di kita secara regulasi tidak ada yang bilang kita harus di on premise, tidak ada.
Paham.
Tapi beberapa director di tempat MindID masih on premise site-nya masih tinggi gitu. Tapi kita juga tahu pada waktu case-nya contoh misalkan kayak Antam di mana dia langsung touching ke end user atau customer. Kalau kita pakai on premise akan sulit Pak. Jadi kalau kita ngomongin sales program yang biasanya 1, 2, itu demand-nya langsung tinggi. Kalau kita pakai on premise nggak bakal sanggup itu.
Yeah.
Makanya kita pun mulai coba ubah peluangnya, microservices-nya juga ada di cloud. Paham. Jadi 70-30, 50-50 tergantung dari kebutuhannya. Jadi bisa scalable juga. Begitu juga di RC. Di RC kita juga nggak pakai di RC di sisinya on premise karena akan redundant sekali. Jadi kita menggunakan DRC untuk di sisinya cloud dan kita juga menjaga untuk recovery time object-nya. Jadi kalau memang yang aplikasi-aplikasi yang kita anggap ini sangat tinggi demand-nya dan kebutuhannya, kita juga di sana juga always on. Jadi tetap nyala dua-duanya. Dan kita menjaga itu supaya secara cost tetap kompetitif. Tadi balik lagi di MindID rejection cost is very important juga Pak.
Iya, paham, Pak.
Karena harga komoditas nggak bisa dijaga, nggak bisa
Prediksi.
dikontrol, jadi kita juga jaganya secara cost juga.
Terima kasih, terima kasih. Terima kasih Pak Ridwan atas penjelasan. Jadi clear dari konfirmasi Pak Ridwan bahwa dalam membangun kapabilitas shared service di sinergi, Gen AI dan cloud ini teknologi yang sangat-sangat dibutuhkan meskipun tadi dengan strategi yang dijelaskan untuk implementasi Gen AI-nya secara case by case ya Pak ya. Karena memang dengan complexity data yang ada terkait dengan 4 subsidiary yang harus di manage secara bersamaan. Terima kasih Pak Ridwan. Paul, I'm going back to you. So you are explaining about your multi-cloud strategy, right? So what does that mean, right, to our Gen AI strategy if you want to implement that one? I mean, the relevancy about this, your multi-cloud strategy.
Sure, thank you for that. So Red Hat is where your applications live and where they grow. You can have your legacy applications running side by side with your cloud native applications with a common set of tooling, a management layer there. Now, if you want to have generative AI and cloud native apps running side by side, you need a common platform, a platform where your data scientists can build, train, deploy their ML models, they can tune them, they can verify them on there, and importantly, have your developers be able to consume those models from the same platform. And that platform is OpenShift, right? So, which IBM has extended with Westin X. And really together with AWS in Jakarta, you have the ideal combination. You've got Westin X, fine-tuned to run on OpenShift and leveraging AWS infrastructure. You have the scalability of the cloud. You have access to crunch all those intensive workloads with your NVIDIA G5 CPUs and your purpose-built CPUs. You have access to that at your fingertips. So having that combination, that platform of Westin X, OpenShift, and AWS, that's a great foundation to build your next generation of cloud-native applications and intelligent applications too.
Thank you, Paul. I have one more question to Paul, but before that, I will ask Simon and Oliver to come. Please, they have something to share to us, to all audience. Yes. So, can give the applause. This is the award, right, given by Red Hat to the IBM Consulting as the top APAC GSI partner. So, in relation to this, I would like Paul to explain, right? I mean, what is the differentiation that at the end Red Hat give this award to the IBM Consulting, please?
Sure. The way it was described, I thought the banner would be bigger.
Simon, you have to blame Simon.
There's many jokes to unpack there, but let's not touch that one. But look, Red Hat is an IBM company, but we are free to work with other partners, other GSIs, local partners, and so forth. So it really is an achievement that IBM Consulting has won this fantastic, spectacular award. Even more so, 2 years in a row now. So that's a great achievement there. We all know IBM has the global scale and the local experience across different verticals. Red Hat technology is used across the globe, across different verticals, and so forth. So it seems like quite a good match. It doesn't hurt to mention that IBM Consulting has the largest Red Hat practice globally. But what really differentiates IBM Consulting is their strategic focus on open hybrid cloud and AI with OpenShift. OpenShift was there at the start on the slides, underpinning all the things that IBM Consulting does. So it's really that strategic focus which differentiates them. Investments in this area include having IBM consultants being certified on OpenShift. There's an initiative to build out archetype solution blueprints for OpenShift and AI use cases. And when we were first acquired by IBM, there was a programmatic joint funding of proof of concepts with OpenShift. And so Red Hat and IBM Consulting working together to understand the use cases, building up that experience, which can then be shared with other customers, other use cases, and so forth there. So this commitment to hybrid cloud and AI is really what makes IBM the right partner for your next generation of cloud native applications and AI.
Thank you, Paul. I think it's thanks for the clear clarification explanation. So this award is given unbiased, right? So because even though we are the same holding company, but we operate separately and have their own independent, right? Thank you. I think thanks Pak Anthony, Pak Ridwan, and Paul for the whole sharing and the discussion for this session. Thank you.
Terima kasih Bapak Budiarso telah memoderatori sesi terakhir panel diskusi kita dengan sangat baik. Boleh berfoto terlebih dahulu. Let's take picture together, gentlemen. Holding slide-nya bukan yang ini, boleh yang panel discussion. Yes. This is with XOXO ya Pak, pakai gandengan dan pelukan. Hadirin sekalian, boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Antoni Amni, Bapak Budiarso, Bapak Ridwan Tahir, dan juga Paul Witten. Thank you so much. Bapak Antoni Amni, kami mohon untuk tetap berada di atas panggung. Thank you Pak Budiarso. And I would like to invite as well Mr. Deep as Managing Partner, VP and Senior Partner IBM Consulting Indonesia to take picture together with Bapak Antoni from AWS. Untuk background-nya boleh tolong diganti, holding slide-nya. Sebentar, yes, all right. This is a synergy and collaboration between IBM and also AWS. Thank you, Mr. Antoni Amni. This is the right platform with the right partner. Yes.
Because next year we want the best GSI from AWS. So with this, I think it's an end to the event. So guys, thank you very much for joining the event and spending time with us. I think it was very useful for everybody, especially for me. It's a lot of discussions, a lot of eye openers. So thank you once again, and I think we'll plan more events coming next year. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Thank you, Mr. D, for the closing remarks on this IBM Consulting Forum. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, demikian akhir dari IBM Consulting Forum kita hari ini. Luar biasa sekali ya mengenai Generative AI. Semoga banyak pembelajaran yang boleh kita dapatkan bersama-sama dari sharing dan juga diskusi dari para IBM leaders dan juga dari para customer Bapak Ibu sekalian tadi dari bidang industri, telekomunikasi, transportasi, banking, kemudian utilities, energi dan juga dari mining. Jadi lengkap sudah dari manapun industri Anda sudah waktunya ya. Tidak ada pilihan lagi untuk menggunakan IBM Generative AI. Semoga sungguh hari ini Bapak Ibu bisa menjadi batu pijakan Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk boleh reinventing business value in the era of generative AI. Terima kasih atas kehadiran Bapak Ibu sekalian. Boleh tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk Anda. And thank you to all panelists and also speakers for today IBM Consulting Forum. Kami persilakan Bapak Ibu untuk menikmati hidangan santap siang yang telah di-serve dari tadi untuk Anda. Dan juga jangan lupa, there is a QR code on your desk. Please just scan it with your mobile phone to fill in the feedback form Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kami mohon kesediaannya untuk boleh scan QR code yang ada di atas meja Anda untuk memberikan masukan dan kritik untuk event hari ini. Sekali lagi terima kasih atas kehadiran Anda. Saya Dora Angela pamit undur diri. Mari berkreasi.
AI-generated art. AI-generated songs. AI, what is that? It sure is a lot of fun. But when foundation models are applied to big business, well, you need to think bigger. Because AI in business needs to be held to a higher standard. built to be trusted, secured, and adaptable. This isn't simple automation that is only trained to do one thing. This is AI that is built and focused to work across your organization. This isn't committing to a single system. This is hybrid-ready AI that can scale across your systems. This isn't wondering where an answer came from. This is AI that can show its work. When you build AI into the core of your business, you can go so much further. This is more than AI. This is AI for business. Let's create. How you'll feel about this moment will depend on if you are ready for what was coming or waiting to respond. Together with all the technology at our fingertips, we can stay ahead of uncertainty. So let's prepare. Let's preempt. Let's think forward. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's here.
Go on.
We're talking AI and hybrid cloud technology that's thoughtfully designed, adaptable to your business, and built to be trustworthy. This is intelligent automation that's called intelligent for a reason. It can delegate, divide, and take on repetitive workloads so you can catch a breath and... See? Isn't it nice to have time to just think? This isn't siloed systems. This is technology and expertise that make workflows feel more like flow and less like work. This is AI and consulting helping to make entire processes smoother so employees can spend more time doing the work that inspires them. It's time to see reward within risk and swap creeping cautiously forward for grabbing opportunity two-handed. This can be a new era of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Yeah, let's build that world. Let's create something that changes everything. Let's create. Let's talk AI. But this won't be another video singing the praises of how AI will forever change the future of business as we know it. Because you already know that. Instead, let's talk hybrid cloud solutions that can infuse AI into your business. This isn't getting bogged down figuring out where to apply it. This is hybrid cloud technology that can meet you where you are, while you're keeping an eye on regulations. This isn't a Band-Aid on top of your tech stack. This is tech that scales innovation. Modernizing apps, putting AI to work. This isn't spending time converting and transferring data from different silos. This is delivering insights in real time across systems to deliver innovative business outcomes. So yeah, this isn't just talking about AI. This is Westin X on hybrid cloud helping modernize your business. Let's create.